Hello folks, and here we go again. Today's video is going to be a test of the Boeing 767-300 volume 1.56. It's going to be a full flight, so it's going to be a long one, but it's the only way to prove it does what it does. Anyway, I'm pretty impressed with it. I don't like the price. That's the only real complaint I got. The FMC is fine. There are some people who have issues about that, but I find if you work with it, it does a pretty good job. Advanced avionics, I could take it or leave it. I've tried both. I prefer the original, but I am happy that it was updated back in August, and so far so good. I'm liking it. All right, today's flight's going to be a full one. It's going, like I said, it's going to be long from Los Angeles to JFK. I went on FlightAware and found a route that's probably one of the shortest and fastest that's currently been flown right now. As a matter of fact, I think they just departed, and it is being flown by Delta. Delta flies regularly from LA to JFK, back and forth, probably 3 or 4 times a day. Who knows? But they got a lot of flights. They've even got the 400 out. Running routes. They've got the 300, and I actually once saw the 200. Thought I was hallucinating when I saw that, but it was a Delta. Maybe they had to pull it out because one of them was in maintenance. Who knows? All right, so let's go ahead and walk up to the cockpit. Take another look around here. The sun is just rising. It's kind of early out here on the west coast. Currently 10:36 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I think it's around 7 something here. A little better lighting as the sun's coming up, shining through the windows. I think it looks pretty good. Okay, the original displays. In the advanced avionics, you get more of a modern display of the primary flight display in the ND panel. The ICAS remains the same, and you'll lose all these secondary instruments here. I like this. I'm used to it. Here, with this here, the bugs are automatically set. I mean, normally you could set those manually, but it does it for you. It also sets the bugs here. And most of them, far as I know, since 2017, are still in this configuration. I believe UPS updated theirs. I know the 400 is totally different. It's more like the 777 or the NG 737. But once you've flown this thing for a while, you'll get to where you'll go back and forth. But I prefer this this setup here, the original. I think it works pretty well. All right, I'm trying to find any noticeable changes. Not really a whole lot. What else can I find here? Okay, let's look at what our situation right now. I haven't loaded it, but the plan is 186 passengers, about 25,000 pounds of cargo. That will include the luggage as well. The fuel weight is going to be 68,600 for this flight based on the flight plan. Zero fuel weight is predicted at 266,460, and the gross weight on the ramp right now, after loaded with fuel and passengers and cargo, will be 33,560. And the seating arrangements are done as such that we'll have a center of gravity of 20, which is pretty optimum. We're not going to load anything in the aft cargo. We're just going to load all the cargo in the front. You can see it carries quite a bit of cargo on top of luggage, so I would assume that if you're going to run a big bird like this, you'd want to be in the cargo business as well as the passenger service business, because there's a lot of money to be made if you can fill this up. Being on the West Coast, I'm sure there's a lot of things that come in at the docks, mostly seafood, frozen stuff that has to be refrigerated. It's got to get from west to east rapidly, like within 24 hours. So shipping by truck and rail is not really an option. So that's where this big bird comes in handy. All right, so let's look at the plan. Bring that up real quick. I'm gonna probably depart a little early. Let's see, it's 14:41, I believe, right now. Yeah, 14:41, 15:31, so we've got a little less than an hour. We're looking at 4 hours, 57 minutes, 4 plus 43. I'd like to think I could do that, but probably not unless I cheat a lot. All right, flight number Delta 593. I'm using the Southwest format, though. The reason being is I like it better. All right, let's bring this down here. Takeoff weight. I did a previous takeoff performance just before I fired this thing up. Looks like 334,116. That's probably a little heavier than the actual. It's going to be close. 51C. I usually pick the lowest of the three. I might just round it off to 50 and go with these V-speeds right here, 37, 45, 50. That seems to give me a better margin. I think that this model, as far as its takeoff thrust goes, is a little bit underpowered. So if you were to lose an engine, you'd be hard pressed to maintain V2. So for that reason, I tend to round up on this Topcat Flex Calc. It's not accurate. I wish they'd come up with something that it was, or that FlightFactor would put something in there like that would help us out a little bit on that. All right, that's just my opinion. 68.6, is that what I actually have, or what I planned? Let's see, 68.6. Correct. Now the route is going to be filed for Ocean 1, and from there, Bailey transition to Bauer. Then we're going to fly across Kremlin VOR, that's Romeo Lima Golf, direct to Sydney VOR. Wait, that's wrong. Bar HBR, no, that's over here. RGL, yeah, Kremlin, got it. And O'Neill, Oscar November Lima, J94 to Fort Dodge, VOR, Foxtrot Alpha Delta, and then to Butte, Delta Bravo Quebec, and then a waypoint would be Kilo Golf 75 Mike, and then to another waypoint, Daflu, Delta Alpha Foxtrot Lima Uniform, J70 to Wilkes-Barre. That's usually about the beginning of the Lindy approach. And then Lindy 7 to JFK. So let's look and see what's going on over at the other end. And to do that, I'm using Active Sky, like always. Look at our briefing here. This model does allow you to enter the top of, not necessarily top of climb winds, but your cruising winds. So you could put your average in there. Average winds 276.26. We'll go with that. And let's see, the current conditions where we're at right now is 230 at 4, and predicted, there's two ways you can look at it. At JFK, it looks like 22 left. It's pretty common. And 22 right. We'll be coming in on 22 left. They'll be departing 22 right. 31 is also an option. Looking at the winds at 230, I would prefer to come in on 22 right. Although 31 right, which would be most likely 31 left for departures, would probably shorten the time down by maybe a minute or two, maybe 5 minutes. You have to think about that. And before we do that, let's go back to conditions. Let's look at JFK. And right now it's at 360 at 6, 4 to 5 hours, 270 at 9, which makes 3-1 a pretty attractive possibility. That'd be 3-1 right. Now, before I make that decision, of course it's made for you most of the time, unless you request it. Let's see, let's look at our options here. First, let's put LAX in there. I'll enter that. Let's look at airport information. Let's look at, let's see here. I'll need this. Okay, that's good. And then I'm also going to need this. And followed by going to be oceans today. All right, and then let's go back to JFK, put that in there. I'll start with, let's see, I'll go with the arrival, 97. And then we'll take a look at, let's see, 1331. I'm looking for 31 left, 31 right, ILS localizer, 31 right. Which we could vector on pretty easily. We could do that. Probably turn left at Teterboro, head south, fly down here, come around. And see if there's an RNAV for that. That makes more sense. Let's take a look at RNAV. 31 right, RNAV Z. Look at RNAV Z. Yeah, that would line me up a little better if I picked this transition out here. We could do that. I'll hang on to that one, add option. Let's go back here and look at the other approach. 22 left, 22 left. Let's see what that looks like. Nah, I'll tell you what we'll do. Let's go, they have a Cat 3. There we go. Want to test the Autoland out. This is a pretty good way to go in there. If you cut the corner and fly straight to Kimball, you cross right over the end of the threshold at a reasonably high enough altitude so that people can get under you if they have to go around or take off. And it's kind of a tight pattern. Could be a time saver rather than vectoring all the way down and coming in on this one here at neutron. So I'll hang on to that one too. Most likely I'm going to run this one here, set it up on and then I can always change it to an RNAV visual on this one here. All right, I'm satisfied with that. And And back to this thing here. We'll need this to enter our information into the FMC. Sit up here on the top. All right, safety check. We look down here and we make sure that the gear select handle is down, the brake is pulled up, the chocks are in place, the throttle is closed, the fuel cutoffs, control switches are off, and all the switches are off. Before we power it up, make sure the flap handle is all the way up in the up position. Okay, and the hydraulics are definitely off. Pumps are off. That pretty much satisfies that, so we can now start the walk around. It's safe to do that. And the ground power, I can hear it running, so let's go ahead and power it up. Stand by to auto. And turn the bus ties on. External power. Rotating, not rotating, beacon position light is on. And left and right utility bus is on. And set that up. Get some air blowing in here. All right, check again. Gear down, lights through green. Brake is set. Brake pressure, it's indicating 4,000. Wow. Okay, we're good there. All right, let's go ahead and go to the status page. Check our hydraulics. Oh, we're getting a little low there, so let's do something about that. Okay, that's done. Should be 90. Oxygen level 1750. Let's go ahead and give it a press. And check the one on this side over here. All right, we got plenty of oxygen. Let's go ahead and check our other levels here. Sure, we got plenty of oil. It looks like if we do. All right, let's go ahead and start the alignment process before we go any further. Get the yaw dampers in the bullpen. And electric engine fuel control is set up, and we got to do a walk around, so we need pressure. We don't have pressure, we can't find leaks. Leave that off, it doesn't work right now. All right, we're ready to align. Okay, it's still current, and we are in the 767-300ER CF6 80C2B6F. Still active. ARX cycle is good. This is the volume 1.56. That is correct. I don't know what this means here. Let's go ahead and put it on both of them. All right, we're Lima Alpha X-ray, Los Angeles. And on the gate, we'll have to check that just to be sure. We're currently at 27. That would put us at north 33.56.8, north 33.56.8, west 118.24.2. Good to go. You can type it in or copy it. All right. Most likely we'll stay on the inner taxiway, make a left on, it looks like Kilo. to Bravo, all the way to Bravo 1. I want to take off on 25 right. It's the longest runway for an airplane this big and this heavy. 24 is doable, but I would prefer 12,000 feet. That gives you more, especially with this D rate. So we'll request that. All right, what else do we want to do here? All right, we got that done. I'll go ahead and select the route page. Might as well get that in the bolt works. And we're going to and we're going to be flight number 593. And we're filing a departure Ocean 1. No transition. Oh, there's only one anyway. Belay transition. All right. Let's look at that. Well, that's kind of interesting there. Well, there are transitions. Well, let's try this. May have to erase that. I'm going to erase it. Departure. Oh, I know why. Now select the runway. There we go. Yeah, that threw me off there. Okay. We're good. Let's go to the flight plan. Bravo. Bauer, direct. Hanksville. Direct. I think that's pronounced Kremlin. Direct. Sydney. Direct. O'Neill. 1390. Correct. Who else we got here? O'Neill. J. 94. To Fort Dodge. And direct to Dubuque. To Kilo Golf 75 Mike. Direct. Dafu. Direct. J70. To Wilkes-Barre, VOR. And let's set up for ILS 22 left with the option. And we're going to come straight across. That's the shortest way on the Lindy 7. Go to the legs. And let's see, Docker. Why do I have such a long 640? No vector on this thing here. That's okay, we'll fix it later. Now what you can do here, when you get to right about here, you can skip Lindy and LGA, LaGuardia, hit that. Don't use VNAV, use flight level change, try to come down at 300 knots, forget the speed restrictions. In order to beat this, get it under 5 hours, you really got to push it on the arrival. And haul ass, right down to 10,000 feet. Try to stay at 240, 250 as long as you can. And it's possible, you can do it. Okay, back to route. We're gonna go ahead and activate it. Since I'm flying by myself, I'm gonna execute it so I can keep moving things along. I don't have it loaded yet, but I can put this in there. I will step up to 37, but it's gonna be a while. Cost index, for best speed, I find 30 works very well. And on the winds, I go with what SkyMax Pro is gonna throw at me, or Active Sky. 279.26. 279.26. And the reserve, so let's see. Now this is 45 minutes after the alternate, which is going to be Boston or Philadelphia, probably Boston. 6.1, if it comes to that. It says insufficient fuel because I'm not loaded yet. So what we can do is load it with fuel, even though we're loading passengers and freight. If we turn down, let's see, this volume right here, the passenger volume, you won't notice it. So let's go ahead and see, we're already optimized 20, and go ahead and get some gas going here. And then watch the tanks fill. It's going to be a little while. So we'll do our overhead flow, get this all taken care of. I just go top down from left to right. Only freight in the forward compartment. Leave that off. We don't need it. Check, 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 check. Check, check. All right, let's go ahead and turn this on. Correct. Don't have it dialed in. Well, I'll just get it off of this. 2997. Now this little bug here, my let's see, acceleration altitude is 1,120. I can just dial this up like that. When the needle hits that again, I've passed it. Check, check, clock reset off 1506. So what was our time again? Yeah, we might be late. 1531. Let's see, this is glide slope, back course, leave it off, uncage it. I think you got to pull it out and spring it back in. That's good, that's good. I can also set the altimeter by pressing that little button there on the screw. 97, no lights, caution, recall 1 or 2. Okay, looks good there. Backup works. RTO set. Norm, light screen, thrust panel will be set up. Norm, guard and close, down. Temperature, outside temperature's 18. Total air temperature's 2. Pressure's up, lights off. Looks pretty good on both sides. I gotta check the comms here in just a second. Let's go back to performance initiation page. Set this on map. Let's see, range a little longer. Actually, put this on the circle. And let's see, what is, I think terrain is on the left turbine. Let's see, we'll find out in a minute here. No, turn it off. Ah, that's what I want. Terrain on the right, and you got to be careful which one you push here. I think that's weather on this side. Yes. So when this is in the weather mode here, be careful not to push that button. All right, nav aids on my side, and airports, I like them on the right. So what else is there? I think that's everything I want to cover there. Dial in, see we're on manual. Let's go to manual. See how we're 1360. Make sure this is on. We won't be able to hear or be able to talk to anybody. Left VOR is good. I don't hear it. There's reason. Okay, that's coming in loud and clear. Check the other side. It's kind of like a nav radio check. All right, we got it. How much time do I have? I don't have much time. Time to start loading passengers. So right about now, we're going to start loading passengers. And what do we not need here that's open right now? These would be closed. And we're not loading anything back there. We're all done over here. We don't need the loader unit. We don't need the fuel truck. LSU still loading a little bit on the front. It takes about 10 minutes to load a bird this big. The only thing that's going on bottom now is probably the last of the luggage. Okay, so the goal here is, why isn't that set? Oh, it is set. All right, the goal here is to, from takeoff to landing, we'll try to get this under 5 hours. Most of the time it's 5 hours, 13 minutes, 5 hours, 5. To get it under 5, means going a little bit faster than you normally would. With the cost index at 30, generally I can maintain a 0.8 Mach. And of course, if you're lighter, you could probably even do it quicker. But we're going to carry a decent load on this one, at least one that would make money. And we'll keep track of our gate departure pushback time on this side and our takeoff and landing side on my side. The best time, I did this once before, the best time, actually did it more than once, but that was before they updated it. What was the best time I had? 4 hours, 49 minutes, 4 hours, 51 minutes. That's probably the best you can get. Oh, this is a route I haven't flown before. It's a little further north. It goes a little north of Chicago, over Detroit, down across Lake Erie to Erie, just north of Cleveland. And it might be a little, I think it's 2,100 nautical miles. A few hundred miles shorter, I know that for sure. It's kind of more or less following the Great Circle route. All right. Let's get a pushback plan.
Ground to cockpit. Plan acknowledged. Call me through the menu when you are ready.
And usually you don't fire your APO. Let's get a clearance. We've already got a pre-clearance, so we're going to confirm that. And get a squawk code of 23. Correction. 2317. And set this to altitude off so they know where we're at. We're getting ready to push start with the departure ground. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? We got to turn the radios on. What was I thinking? Let's see. That would be this one here.
5621 tower.
And
oh yeah, Blue 5621 tower 118.5. Take care now. Take care.
We're ready to listen to clearance. Let's go to ground. Where are we at here? LAX ground. Of course, it's not actually LAX ground. It could be anybody. But
cross 27 right, Sierra short 35, exact 306.
Okay, now that we're feeling, we're going to put the seatbelt signs on. We can go ahead and double check the hydraulics. They're already on. Leave it.
15 with November. Spot 12 ready to taxi in. Just want to let you know we're going to have to do a cross fleet start on the runway.
15. Okay, taxi 5 shot short of Kilo into your cross fleet there. Also pick up Oscar.
Unlock the cockpit door.
Shot short of Kilo, and we'll pick up Oscar Piedmont 6215.
And put on a rotating beacon. I'm going to power up the APU. Give it a minute or two to warm up. And then I'm going to go over here to airplane. They're wrapping up things. Last, the passengers are on board. So back to ground. We don't need this. We really don't need that.
35, taxi Sierra to 27 left.
We can get that equipment out of there.
Cross 35, 27 left to the tower 306. Get up.
Let the APU take over automatically. And make sure she stabilizes at 100% before we switch over.
Control, good afternoon, Qatari 28 Mike Heavy on spot number 3.
Good afternoon, Qatari 28 Mike Heavy from Victor Juliet to your gate.
Victor Juliet.
I guess it holds at
Qatari
640.
28 Mike Heavy.
Forgot to turn that on.
Piedmont 6215 cross 27 right, join Sierra.
All right, check
Cross
breakers.
7 right, join
Long.
Piedmont 6250.
Gonna do a squib test.
Ground up 2705, spot 11 November. Stop flight 705, ground 27 left via Foxtrot, hold short runway 27 right. 27 left via Foxtrot, short of 27 right, Delta 2705.
All right, a few minor details. If you forget them, just go back to it. Make sure you did it. Trim neutral, get around neutral. All right, now what I need is a load sheet. And a load sheet says that 335, 2665. That is correct. Takeoff.
Tower 185, take care of Piedmont.
Let's go to the next page and enter. Let's see, I don't know how well this simulates this or not.
Delta 2705, cross 27 right, join Sierra and monitor 118.5 the other side.
130 at 3.
27 right, join Sierra and tower 18.5, Delta 2705, good day.
We're still taking off on 25. Not enough. Slope is 0.2. (1,128) acceleration altitude. Outside temperature is 18.
We're on American 1941 approach, it's about 5 at Oscar ready taxi. American 1941 ground, alright, 27
15
left,
on
taxi
flaps.
Tango, and hold short to runway 27 right.
What I gotta do is recalculate this.
27 right, American 1941.
Alrighty, let's see what we get here. Same. Alright, we're gonna go with 50. Copy the CGN.
Runway 26 and hold short runway 35 at hotel.
Select that. Let's see, we're looking at 138,
Hold short 35 at hotel.
36, 45.
American 1941 cross 27 right and then taxi via Papa 2 please to runway 27 left. Cross 27 right, Papa 2, 27 left, American 1941.
And now what we do is we check, make sure our bugs are set.
Your intersection there, just monitor tower at 118.5.
They are.
Appreciate all the help. Over to tower.
And we're loaded. And our trim is going to be 4.4.
1941, just continue Papa 2 and tower 118.5. Good day.
V2 is set to 150 and our cleared altitude would be 5,000 initially. Fly the SID except maintain 5,000 and the initial heading would be 251. Ooh, I noticed something here. Didn't set my speed. Normally it does.
365, it'll be runway 27, 27 left or 27 right section Delta departure. Would you like?
Well, that's because I didn't select it. Okay, there it is. Automatically set. Alright, we'll go to heading bug first. We'll leave LNAV, VNAV off. We'll fly the bug. And at 400 feet, I'll select LNAV. And after 1,000 plus, I will select VNAV. And then I'll go to autopilot. Alright, so now we want to do push to start. Everybody's boarded. Altimeter set. Flight controls. Instruments cross-check. Let's go ahead and check off things on the checklist here. Let's do this here real
Flight
quick.
365 and cross 26, 27 right
Ladies
Delta
and
departure
gentlemen,
tower is going to be at
this is the
118.5,
head
18 and a half. Good
The
day.
crew would like to welcome you on board this Boeing airliner. If you haven't already done so, please stow your carry-on luggage underneath the seat in front of you or in the overhead bin. The flight crew will do everything possible to make your flight comfortable and enjoyable. Explain.org, StepToSky, and FlightFactor wish you a pleasant flight experience.
Ground Air Shuttle 6162 at spot 10A. Alright, Air Shuttle 6162 will be runway 27 left for departure. Taxi Kilo to Lima, hold short, runway 27 right. Kilo to Lima, hold short, 27 right, Air Shuttle 6162.
All right, we're cleared for push and start. Let's go ahead and get that started.
Ground to cockpit. Tow is driving up.
And we are now departing the gate. Go ahead and start the time.
Take care. 8.5 and cross 26 right at Lima and 27 left Air Shuttle 6162. You got it. Cross 27 right at Lima and join Sierra Air Shuttle 6162. Have a good day. Lima, join Sierra Air Shuttle 6162. Piedmont 6097 down 27 left Golf Echo, hold short runway 27 right.
Let's let that 251. Situational awareness.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
Piedmont 6097 traffic 20 miles out for 27 right, so you got time. Cross 27 right, join Sierra and monitor 118.5. Good day. Cross 27 right, join Sierra. Piedmont 6097 traffic 20 miles out for 27 right, so you got time. Cross 27 right, join Sierra and monitor 118.5.
Tow connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
Okay.
Starting pushback. And you may start engines.
Time 15:22. What was our actual time supposed to be? 15:31. Early.
Spot 13 with Oscar. Piedmont 6171 down. Alright, 27 left, taxi Golf and Echo short of 27 right. 27 left, via Golf Echo, hold short of 27 right, Piedmont 6171. Piedmont 6171 cross 27 right, Echo right, Sierra Tower 118.
And 220.
135. Okay,
EGT. Fuel flow. Oil pressure.
35.1 Piedmont 6171.
Expected cutout 49. Good. And 2. Oil pressure. 220.
Let's put your name in the
Fuel control on. EGT. Oil pressure. Fuel flow.
27 up, Julie Yankee Sierra, 806 Oscar. Julie Yankee Sierra, we do have Oscar, American 1822. Tower's going to be 135, 1 at an
Good start.
35, 1, let's go, American.
It's supposed to be on both. Leaving an auto. Now, one thing you got to remember is you don't have to shut off the center isolation valve because that's the air-driven demand pump. So you leave that on. You can leave this on, but just shut the left and right isolation valve off. Leave the center one on. Alright, reset the utility bus and shut off.
Operation complete. Set parking brake.
And the wing light on. Set the brake.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
Drop the flaps.
Channel flight 986, runway 35. Wait for a citation 680.
Okay.
On the Alpha, do you see him? There we go. Channel flight 986 will be runway 35 behind the citation.
Terrain radar on, weather radar off.
Okay, we have Bravo, get up.
Release the tow, make sure the bypass pin is in hand. Turn off lights on, wing light is on, strobe is off.
Tow is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal on the left. We'll see you next time and have a safe flight.
See you later. Alright, tech, isolation valves are off. Recall. Let's go ahead and double check, see what we got here. APU generators coming off. And auto brakes are RTO. And it needed ground equipment. Oh, you know what we didn't do? Oh, automatic. Okay. I thought I forgot that. Maybe I did. Maybe I did. Maybe I did. Maybe I did. Who knows?
3117 towers looking for you, 35-1.
And the ground equipment was cleared. And okay, before takeoff, takeoff briefing. We're going to fly runway heading at 400. I will select, or ask you to select LNAV. And at acceleration altitude, we'll go to VNAV, and then followed by autopilot. We are limited to 5,000 feet. Unless cleared higher, we'll contact departure as soon as possible. Packs will be on auto, flaps will be set to 15, stabilizer trim will be set, flight controls. Go ahead and do that right now. And the camera will be secure.
Okay, we'll keep it up across 27 right.
Actually, we can do this text procedure right now. Do this. To do that, we need to go to status page. Full forward, full aft, full left. Right, left rudder, right rudder. It's good to go. Leave this page displayed for vibration. We can't cover that, so we'll leave that on until we're about
spot 9, American 2322.
10,000 feet, then we can shut it off. And we are cleared to taxi. Taxi light on. Double check that checklist. I think I could do that now.
Short 278, American 2322. Yes,
we did this. We set the flaps. We did the stabilizer trim. Flight controls were checked, and the cabin is secure. Seatbelts are on. Okay.
Cross 27 right. It'll be a left on Sierra Towers 135.1.
Config test is supposed to be a little different in this, but you can test it with the brake on, and you'll get an alarm.
American 2322. Thanks. Thank you, sir. Make sure you wish her a happy birthday. Oh, will do.
Now I've done something a little different with Active Sky. A lot of variables and they hit me 2999. It's going to be changing a lot. I don't know if it's coming from NOAA or how they're doing it. So there's going to be a lot of surprises, I think, weather-wise. This is another test. I didn't talk about that earlier. I've got different cloud depictions here. And I've got different weather as far as how it loads it. It's loading it pretty frequent, and I'm expecting, hopefully, a lot more variables in the weather so to keep me on my toes. As far as the winds go, the altimeter is changing constantly as the sun rises. But most of the time in LA, they always take off to the west unless they got a really strong wind blowing from the east. Let's see where it's at now. Yeah, a little bit of a tailwind, not much. It's holding.
Say it again for American 946. I'm trying to track here. American 946, runway 27 left to November. Hold for the Delta Airbus off your, the 73 rather, off your right. And then cross runway 27 right, left here. Okay, so I was looking for taxiway Delta. I see Delta on my right. All right, American 946, November, cleared to cross 27 right. Then left on Sierra and Delta south. All right, Oscar's on the 8th, and tower's going to be 35-1 today. Take care. 35-1, thanks. Ground American 1799, approaching spot 8 with information, Oscar, and we're still waiting on the numbers. Appreciate the heads up. And is that at 2502? That was
You think you're going really slow, but you're going a lot faster than you think because you're sitting so high off the ground compared to the 737.
I got the flight plan now. You're good. 27 left. You can cross 27 right in November, and then taxi Papa 2, shortest Sierra. 8th information is Oscar. Papa 2, shortest Sierra, and we have Oscar for American 1799, clear across 27 right. Thanks for the heads up, sir. I appreciate that. Tower, when you're ready on 35.
All right, we're at 334, 400.
35-1, thanks. Pushing 22, traffic 2 out, cross 27 at Foxtrot, right Sierra.
Burn a few hundred off on the taxi. It's going to be close, within a few 100 pounds.
Road 1716 ground, good afternoon. Papa's now current. Papa, runway 27 left, Foxtrot, Sierra, hold short, runway 27 right.
27 left, Foxtrot, Sierra, hold short, 27 right, we'll set that Papa, United 1716.
United 1716, traffic 3 out, cross 27 right at Foxtrot, right on Sierra Towers, using 135.1 today, take care.
Cross 27 right, 135.
All right, we've got some traffic loaded today. Hope I don't have any issues with that.
Ground, good afternoon, Delta 1621 to with you, Officer Delta 16, spot 9, information, Oscar.
Delta 1621 ground, runway 27 up the Kilo 3 Mike, hold short, runway 27 right, 8th is Papa.
Kilo 3 Mike, hold short, 27 right, we'll pick up Papa, Delta 1621.
1621. If you can, without delay, please cross 27 right at Mike. Traffic's on a 3-mile final. It'll be left on Sierra. The tower's using 135.1 today. No delay on that crossing, please.
Protocol 27 right, no delay at Mike, and we'll be switching tower on the other side, that's 1621.
Street 5476, about 12, information Papa, raise 10. Street 5476, round, good afternoon, runway 27 left, taxi via Foxtrot, hold short, runway 27 right, this is Papa. 27 left via Foxtrot, and hold short 27 right, Street 5476.
Ladies and gentlemen, we request your full attention as the flight attendants demonstrate the safety features of this aircraft. When the seatbelt sign illuminates, you must fasten your seatbelt. Insert the metal fittings one into the other. Tighten it by pulling on the loose end of the strap. To release your seatbelt, lift the upper portion of the buckle. We suggest that you keep your seatbelt fastened throughout the flight, as we may experience turbulence. Evacuate the aircraft. Floor level lighting will guide you towards the exit. Doors can be opened by moving the handle in the direction of the arrow. Each door is equipped with an inflatable slide, which may also be detached and used as a life raft. Oxygen and the air pressure are always being monitored. In the event of a decompression, an oxygen mask will automatically appear in front of you. To start the flow of oxygen, pull the mask towards you. Place it firmly over your nose and mouth. Secure the elastic band behind your head and breathe normally. Although the bag does not inflate, oxygen is flowing into the mask. If you are traveling with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your mask on first and then assist the other person. Keep your mask on until the crew member advises you to remove it. In the event of an emergency, please assume the bracing position. Lean forward with your hands on top of your head and your elbows against your thighs. Ensure your feet are flat on the floor. Life vests are located in a pouch under your seat or between the armrests.
All right, we're down to
When instructed to do
134.1.
so, open the plastic pouch. Remove the vest, slip it over your head, pass the straps around your waist, and adjust at the front. To inflate the vest, pull firmly on the red cord, only when leaving aircraft. If you need to refill the vest, blow into the mouthpieces. Use the whistle and light to attract attention. Also, your seat bottom cushion can be used as a flotation device. Pull the cushion from the seat, slip your arms into the straps, and hug the cushion to your chest.
101.5. What did they say? 101.5.
Smartphones,
What did this one say
CD
here?
players, laptop computers may be used when the seat belt sign is off, or when permitted by the crew. Mobile telephones, remote-controlled toys, or any
99.7.
electronic devices operating with an antenna must be turned off at all times.
That's
We
a little
remind
bit
you
too low.
that this is a non-smoking flight.
We'll go with
Tampering with,
101.5.
disabling, or destroying the smoke detectors installed in the laboratories is prohibited by law. You will find this and all the other safety information in the card located in the seat pocket in front of you. We strongly suggest you read it before takeoff. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask one of our crew members. We wish you all an enjoyable
All right,
flight.
1538.
Thank you.
Technically, we could be considered late. I don't know if that's gate departure time or actual takeoff time. What's this? Just says depart. So it'd be 8 minutes late, even though we left the gate. I don't know which is gate departure or actual takeoff.
Second 889 behind the RJ, go up. Behind that head, go on top, hey,
Advance motor on out.
Victor 4643 heading is 265, contact departure connect. Oh, the departure.
Put the weather radar on. Scan up.
American 805, Kilo 4, Quebec, spot 7, contact ramp connect. Kilo 4, spot 7, ramp, American 805, connect. P-Mount 6202 heading 230, contact departure connect. Departure P-Mount 6202, go.
And we're clear for takeoff. Clock on. Power up. 70. It's a little higher in this bird, a little more. Okay. Takeoff thrust, please. And we're off and running.
Red 78, climb maintain volume 190. Climb maintain 190.
80. V1, rotate. Positive rate. Okay, LNAV. Okay, VNAV. Flaps to 5. Clear right, clear left, turn left. Flaps to 1.
Redwood 1178, contact approach 124382. 2432,
Contact departure. Flaps all the way. Fly to man.
Delta 61, maintain flight level 190.
Okay. Speed restriction will be 250. And we will climb to 17,000.
American 1717, 1300, climb into 4.
American 1717, departure radar contact, climb via turf 6 departure.
Climb V on the turf 6, American 1717.
Don't worry about that message, that was old. Direct to PV.
Wisconsin 3962, climb maintain 11000.
11,000, Wisconsin 3962.
Taxi light off. Nose gear, we didn't use it.
Southwest 487, departure radar contact, climb via the Turp 6 departure. Climb via Turp 6, Southwest 47.
Why am I getting an insufficient fuel message? What kind of bullshit is this? We got a discontinuity somewhere in this. There it is.
Spirit 835, departure radar contact, climb via the Turp 6 departure.
On the legs page, right?
Turp 6, Spirit 835.
Delta 2605, turn left at
RGL.
300.
All right, we'll have to recheck that.
Turn 300, Delta 20.
Not a problem. We'll fix it. Must be a bug. 'Cause I know it's right.
222, climb and maintain 5,000. Maintain 5,000, runway 222.
Continue climbing to 17,000, maintain speed 250 knots.
605, climb and maintain 11,000, 11,000. 11,000, Delta 2605.
All right, we gotta fix this 'cause it's gonna drive me nuts. Where is it?
Clear 222, turn left heading 360. Left turn 360, fairway 320.
Clear that. Now it says 88 miles.
Delta 2557, turn left direct turbo, climb and maintain 16,000. Alright, left turn direct to turbo.
Nope, still wrong.
16,000 feet, so.
Heading to 317.
Spear 222.
Well, that explains it.
10,000, 10,000. 10,000, 10,000, fairway 320.
Yeah, like I said, you gotta be real careful. It's Romeo Lima Golf. That is correct. Okay, and then what I want to do is delete that one. Put that one there.
Over to tower. Got 30.
Clear that. Okay. Minor detail. Romeo Lima Golf, not Romeo Golf Lima. It don't take much. It has to be perfect, or you would be screwed. That's why it takes two people to do these entries. You always have someone back you up. Always. Okay, now we're cleared to flight level 230. And let's see, since we're going above 18,000, let's go ahead and set standard. Doesn't do it automatically. There are some good things about the advanced avionics that I liked. This being one of them. And the NG737 by Zibo. No automatic push button here. Reset this back where it belongs.
change 61, reduce your speed to 170, turn right at 240, report Soda Sky.
170 on the speed, 240 on the heading, Delta.
And yes, you can see on the climb page here. This is where you find your transitions: climb and descent, or cruise. I don't know if cruise shows it or not. No, it doesn't, but climb does. You won't find it on the performance page. Answer that question. And I can also move waypoints around if you want to. I wasn't sure it could do that. I'll probably do that on this one. Not much reason for doing it, other than to maybe steer around traffic, or if instructed by ATC, which I kind of find an oddball thing. Just give you a right 20 for traffic, and then direct on to the next one. If you cross that waypoint, it's behind you. Just pick the next one down the road and fly direct to it. But if you want to make things complicated, you can play around with waypoints. 250s are selected speed. We like to go to normal speed. To do that, I just go hit the VNAV. Not the VNAV, but just speed intervention is real simple. All you do is press the speed. Not this one. This one. There. Now we'll pitch forward. Negative G. And then she'll just about level out right there. A little bit of a dip, and then she'll start to speed up. It's just like IAS. Or flight level change. 290 at once, 290 to get. And we'll speed right on up to 290 knots and start slowly climbing. Up, 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 up. I just use this for reference. That's why I like the manual function. As long as I got more than one VOR tuned in, I think it reasonably does the same job if it's an auto. As far as cross-checking against the IRS. I couldn't find RNP performance anywhere on here. Not on the legs page, not any place. I don't know where that's at or how you'd find it. I'm not sure it simulates that. And finally, we're cleared to flight level 350. Up we go. Keep climbing. Can't have any delays on this flight. Everything's got to go. Go, 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 go. Preferably VNAV as much as possible. For performance and fuel consumption. Now on this page here, you can get rid of this. Leave it blank. Similar to the NG. If anything happens, it'll pop up there. Final status check. Final recall. We're above, we can go to auto on the seat belts.
I have nothing to say.
Well, also, you can bring up the PA function over here, where it says PA.
Ladies and gentlemen, our aircraft continues to climb. We would like to remind you that all flights of our airliner are non-smoking. For your safety, the lavatories have been equipped with smoke detectors. Damaging or disconnecting the smoke detectors is strictly prohibited. On the overhead panel, you will find the personal lamp, air conditioning, and a flight attendant button. The lavatory for the business class passengers are located in the front of the airplane, and for the economy class passengers, in the back and center of the airplane. For your safety, when seated, we recommend to keep your seatbelt fastened, even if the fasten seatbelt sign is up.
Pretty smooth, no turbulence.
JetBlue 170, contact on 133.42.
3342, JetBlue 170, good.
It's best to just leave the bank angle in auto. You don't have to worry about, it's one less thing to have to worry about. And or remember, does a pretty good job.
1266, do not exceed 270 knots now, 270 or less, still probing.
270 or less, probing, JetBlue 1266.
It's a great plane to hands fly. I enjoy it whenever I can. All right, we're 16 minutes from takeoff, and we are 36 minutes from pushback, or start of pushback, gate departure. I'll start doing fuel checks once we get leveled off and settled. Just keep an eye on the fuel gauges here. About 300 pounds imbalance. It's good, 61.5. Yeah, no, we got enough fuel to make it. Whenever you get an insufficient fuel flag on this FMC, you better check your legs and see what you missed or what you screwed up. As you can see what happens there, it's a prime example. Fast Fingers Freddy on the FMC, MCDU. You hold your hand out and you have the flight officer smack it with a ball peen hammer. Now to remind you never to forget that again. You dumbass. Hey, it happens, for real. So 2 people must be present when those entries are made, or they have to be reviewed completely by a second eye, whether it be a jump seat guy, first officer preferably. Whoever makes those entries, even if you execute it, you can still edit it.
You're direct to MJ now, is that right? Yeah, put him.
I'm not expecting a lot of weather on this flight. I wonder. to be able to look up VOR frequencies on these
Yeah,
things.
we have something over NJ and the next location, Yahoo as well. So we would like to give you access to the truck.
Aha! 1320.
Okay, we appear to be in
Well, how about that? That worked. Okay.
Delta 204 contact coming on 128.75. 2875 Delta 204 revised. Delta 140 direct to FlightFactor. Delta 140 direct to FlightFactor.
20 minutes. Coming up on 34. That little light should come on. There we go. V speed. 1,000 feet a minute. .80. And after she levels off, we'll go ahead and select VNAV again. This helps maintain the proper power settings, fuel consumption based on our cost index. Now the easiest way to do a step climb for me, let me get this leveled out here. Okay, go back to that. The easiest way is just to go into the FMC and go to your cruise page and just put 370. All right, and then what happens is you'll get an FMC message that says target altitude, and just dial it up to 37 and it will gradually accelerate into climb mode, climb thrust, to your next altitude. And the reason I do it that way is because I can't always get to that altitude when I want it. Based on my flight plan, it's more or less you got to get cleared for it. Even though it's in the flight plan, doesn't guarantee you're going to get it. So when cleared, then you make the change. You request higher. They might say, yeah, give me a minute. 10 minutes later, you're on your way up. Easiest way to do it. And then if you go to your performance page, you'll see that that's been updated. If you do it in this page, you go back to initial reference here, index, performance. And also you can compare your weights, 326, go to your initial, go back to this here, 326, if you're concerned about how heavy you are. Okay, in progress, time to start checking our fuel. 59.4 when we cross Yela. 59.6, so we're a little bit low, but that always reverses itself. As you progress along, you'll find you're a few hundred pounds behind and you're a few hundred pounds ahead. 18.6 predicted. 17.6, so we're 1,000 ahead on that part. And then go to your cruise page, or your legs page, Go to route data. 59.4. 59.6. 7 minutes. Now top of climb was let's see, 18 minutes. We took probably about 20 minutes there, so we're a little behind on that. Let's see where we're at right now. 24. 32 when we cross it. How far are we? 1614 Zulu, 1605.
So that line is right off your left side, and then that turns in all the way towards Kennedy Line.
Pretty close, pretty close. Maybe a few minutes behind.
Go northeastern line from McGuire, is actually right up over Bradley, actually up over Manchester, right up towards Kennedy. So at some point up where you're going to have to either cross that line, or you have to fly up to about Augusta, Maine. So, but yeah, your choice. Like if you want to direct to Groton, Connecticut, Golf, Austin, November, direct Bradley, and then whenever you're ready to try to work your way through the weather.
All right, we're coming up on the Las Vegas area, about 65 miles out ahead. I'm gonna cross over Wheezy.
Probably about 30 to 40 miles west of Madison to get in behind the line of weather. Like I say, currently right now I'm showing bar precipitation over Bradley and east of Bradley. I think that line has gone.
Okay, what's next on here? Let's see. After that,
So are you suggesting we turn in and try to cross or try to work our way north? Well, your choice.
GFS. See what the frequency that one's on.
You want to go all the way up to Augusta, Maine.
Don't know. Okay, GOG, GFS. Not a clue. What about this one here? What is that? Looks like GOG. Doesn't give a frequency. Fix info. But I get it on that.
Very good. And if you actually want to cut it short, there's another fix about 20 miles west of
Oh, it's an NDB. Didn't see that before.
Or you can even go as close to Hartford, Connecticut. That way you can actually take a look at that weather. And if you need to deviate further right or you want to hold south east of that, you're welcome to do that also. All right, we'll walk around the mountain.
Well, why we got nothing to do here, let's look at moving waypoints around here. Let's go to select heading. Make sure that's on. Okay, let's say I want to move, let's see. You can copy it, and then you could say, I want to go, let's see, we're heading 38 plus 90. So I'm going to move it to the right. Go 128 slash, let's say 10 miles. Put that right on top of it. Okay, I moved it. Now I'm not going to do it because I just can't afford to be screwing around. But that's how you can do that. You can move it in any direction you want to, based on your heading by adding. And you could also make it closer. Let's say I wanted to make it, let's see if I can do this. Clear that. Minus 10 miles closer. I think that's how you do it. Not in a database. Are you kidding me? Oh, slash -10. See if that works. I don't know. How about this? Oh, criminy. Alright, let's erase this bullshit. Try it one more time. I think you just go -10. Oh, I know why. Pick the next one. If you're already actively on it, you can't do it. Let's get back on course here. Drifting. Let's try Beely. There it is. We moved it closer. We still got the original, but we got one left. If you want to report 10 miles prior to that, I guess we could do that. Just for fun. As long as it's on my course, I don't want to deviate. I don't have the time or the money. We're in a race here, folks. We're in a race. Time is money. And then what you can do is you can create a waypoint to give you a better angle to a final approach for course fix. Like on runway 13 right, what I'll probably do is create another waypoint on top of the final approach fix and maybe 45-degree angle that out about 10 miles or so, and then fly direct to that. And then I'll turn. Well, let me show you what I'm talking about. I don't do this very often, but when I do, it's fun. JFK, where is the, for example, what I'll do is take this one, I'll just copy it, and then I'll say move it to a bearing out here somewhere, say 130 at 10 miles. And then I can fly that, catch out 1, and then I can come around instead of trying to, you know what I'm saying? Or move it out this way here. This is what I'm going to do. Matter of fact, I'm going to do that. 170 is 228. So I'll go 228 about 15 miles. Teterboro, fly straight down. Left base. Boom, boom, boom. We're in. Unfortunately, it's not a Cat 3. So I can't auto land it. Well, I can, but I shouldn't. So if I think of it, that's what I'll probably do. Awfully quiet out there. What's going on? Always make radio checks for everybody every 15-20 minutes. If you, it's a good reason to have this on. Besides doing field checks, you don't hear anything for 20 minutes. Something's going on. But the primary reason for using that is to do field checks and position reporting. Periodically, especially when you're out over the Atlantic or Pacific, or if you want to take a nap. Just don't get caught doing that. So yeah, I really like the 767. I really do like it. I just don't like the price. I'm 50-50 on the advanced avionics. Probably not going to use it. So I wasted 20 bucks, big deal. But it's important to have it. I think that's part of the update. Why go up to one? And then of course there's the 400, which has just been released. I think it's in beta trial right now. I'm not sure if there's a price tag on it or not. I believe there is. I wasn't interested in it. There aren't that many flying in real world. They just recently brought it back out on stage. guess I have to research that, go on FlightAware and see how many are actually really flying right now. I know Delta's got a couple of them. Also, it still simulates on the status page here. You'll see your fluid level start to drop a little bit. That's why you always want to top them off before every flight. Always check your maintenance bar. You get your fuel flow, and you can also select this optional page here, which I kind of like. I don't know if it really matters. You can keep it down here, and maybe your alerts come up here. Because down here you're getting your engine vibrations. You get a little more information with this page here than you do with that one up there. I kind of wish this one were up here, vice versa, but I guess in real world that's just the way it is. Then there's your backup. That comes on automatically if you lose one of these. Oh, I can't really think of anything else. I would have to say that this is probably one of the most fully simulated models they have available on X-Plane right now, system-wise. I haven't had a chance to do any engine out, engine fire emergencies yet because they just don't have enough airtime in this. Flying it under normal procedures is hard enough. Like, for example, things like that. Can never tell if these are off or not. I wish there's a way to program. See, what I can't do is I can't flip a switch on my flight control to shut those lights off. You have to do it with the mouse. Everything has to be done with the mouse. I'm concentrating on LNAV, VNAV, getting the gear up. What's the co-pilot's job? He could have reached up and turned that off. Yeah, the turn off lights while my hands are full. That's why those things happen.
Yeah, 918, contact, west 8.75. 2875,
Probably it doesn't show it. Let's see. Checklist after takeoff. Yeah, we did that. And that's all there is to it. Now, of course, there's a long version. Got an amplified. We're going through all that. Power up. I know this was done, but we're past all that, so we just keep checking through it. Next page. Next page. Did all this, did all this, did all that. And just, if it comes up red, means you didn't do it, you didn't do it right. Or you did it already and you moved on to the next item, and it will say that you didn't when you did. This is all pre-flight stuff here. A lot of stuff. Yeah, see, those were... I turned them on. No. Yep. Yep. See, they were on, but now they're off. I was on auto, now I'm on manual. I did test my oxygen. Did that. Well, lots and lots and lots and lots of things here. So if you follow this, it's on now, it was off. Most of the stuff I did do, but it doesn't know that. They're in. Yep, yep. Let's see, if you fire, I did that also. We're still in pre-flight. Pre-flight, not control. Oh, this is the other. Okay. Long, long list here. My goodness. All right, we did that. Let's see. Yeah, we checked that. Initial heading. We did all that stuff there. Before start procedures, recall. That was done. Yeah, it was. Trim was checked. Back selectors off. We did. They're on now. See, it says if they're not on, I have to turn them off for that to go green, and I'm not going to do that. We did that already. We did that. We did that. We did that. And we did all this. Where are we? Before taxi, we did all that stuff. We did this. Yeah, we had that on. You know what? There's no sense in having that on. They're right. That I agree with. They were on RTO. They were on. Alright, you check the climb, the weather radar as required. Landing gear, let's see, I forgot to do that almost. No smoking signs off as required. Wow. Landing altitude has been set. That is a very, very long list. But it's worth doing. All right, back to where we are going. That one screwed me up. 1590. See how far off it is. We are 225 miles, nautical miles from, who did I say this was? Hanksville. Now it shows up to 19. All right, we're predicted to be at 54.3. 54.3. Back up one. .5, so now we're getting ahead of the curve. 58 minutes. How far are we? 1639, we'll cross it. It's 125 nautical miles. And we are 43 minutes into the flight. So if it's plus 58, what you could do is enter it down here. This is what this line is blank for. These are estimated and these are actuals. So you put down your actual right there. So I would put down 54.3. And a position report. Let's see, it's 1624. We crossed it at 1620, flight level 350. Bauer estimated at 1639 Zulu, and we don't have anything for Hanksville yet. Minus 47, wind 342 at 15. Fuel right now, position fuel at 57.4. Back to progress. We go to the next page. We have a headwind of 7 knots. Really? Yeah, we do. And we burnt 11,900 pounds even on both tanks, 6 on the right, 6 on the left. Fuel quantity totalizer is at 56.6, and it's calculated 56.6. And it says 56.6. What else? What else? What else? What else? Sometimes on the lighting, you got to turn up the dome light a little bit. During the daytime, it's not a big deal. Cabin lighting, I'd keep it about average. This is your indicator lights, like these. You dim them. Try this right here. I'm not sure if it affects that or not. I have reserve brake and steering. In case you have a system failure, backup for brakes, backup for your steering, auto brakes. This does work. I did check it on the last one. I monkeyed around with this. You can make your alternate flaps work. Oh, and one thing I forgot to do. I'm gonna shut this off. It's supposed to run off the center command. I always have a tendency to select the left one because I'm over here and I forget to hit the center one. I'm supposed to run this on the center one. That's what the procedures say. Can't remember where I saw it, but there was that. What else can I think of? Oh my goodness. Well, let's go sit in the back. We don't have any turbulence, unfortunately, so I can't demonstrate the wing flex. It does work pretty well. Nice and smooth. I made a few alterations to the weather engine. First time I've flown in this. I believe I have it. Where do I have this set? Active Sky. Go to Options. I believe it's in General. I unchecked VATSIM weather. What else did I do? Cloud options? No. I left that off. Download interviews, I got it pretty frequent, down to 5 minutes. Oh yeah, global static depiction mode. I decided to go with this one. Oh, I guess I still got that one checked. So I didn't do that. Alright. If you decide not to use a SkyMax Pro, just disable the plug-in. I'm not sure what that'd do. if you're using it. If I uncheck it, better leave it alone. Let's walk around, do another tour. Lots of bathrooms, lots of seats for the flight attendants, seats up to 7. That's basically, this is like a double galley. You have one on the right and one on the left, so they consider that 2 and 1. And then one at the front, so that would be 3 galleys total. I don't know how many bathrooms there are. 1, 2, lavs, 3, 4. I think the seating capacity on this one is 235. I got it written down somewhere. And 2 exit doors over the wings. There's one there. It says 4, 5, 6, 7 lavs. Plus one in the front. That makes 7, 8 lavs. I guess this would be considered 1 galley. 1 sink. So 3 galleys, 1 sink. 4 seats in the back. 1 here, 2 here. So that allows up to 7. And it's probably most likely for the crew up here. And that's a code. I guess once you're aligned, you get a code that comes up on heading. We're on the left. I think you can select center. You're right. Got 3 of them. A lot of redundancy. Fuel temperature, quantity left and right, total. Alarm clock. So it looks like we're going to be a little bit ahead on fuel. Now it's at 19, that'll change. Do our position report, which we already did. Also shows 19. 2038 Zulu is our arrival time. Which is 4 hours from now. I intend to beat that. Well, no, I lie. I really don't intend to beat that because I intend to beat the 5 hours, not the 4. I know I can't beat 4 hours, but I can definitely try to squeeze it in under 5. Also, on your cruise page, it gives you your optimum flight altitude and your maximum. Right now we can fly no higher than 39,000 feet at this current weight. However, if you stay plus or minus 1,000 feet on your optimum cruising altitude, you get your best range out of that, your best fuel consumption based on your cost index. Eventually that'll go to 35, go to 36, 37. This will also increase. So for this flight, our first flight level change will be at Kilo Golf 75 Mike. That is a possible position point. It's also a waypoint. Which is quite a long ways down the road, probably around Chicago. We'll be able to step up 37,000. You don't have to, but that opportunity is there, and it's probably going to be a little bit of an advantage to doing that. The fuel burn is 49.9 at 37, and you have to interpolate between the two. 4 hours plus 52. If we were flying at 33, we'd be burning 50,200. 4 plus 49 at 31,000, we burn 50,600 at 5 plus 1. I prefer to be up here in the upper rather than the lower. So if you were to take best case scenario 9,000, let's go back up to the top. And subtract that from 68, 600. That would leave you with 18,700 pounds. And if you subtract that, I think from, I subtract 17.6, means you saved a little over 1,100 pounds of fuel. We'll probably be somewhere in between that. However, I did add an extra 2,000 pounds to this flight. Although I did allow a 20-minute taxi time, knowing that we were going to taxi all the way around to the south side, 25 right. Okay, heading to Valor. 11 nautical miles to go. And that is Hanksville. It doesn't identify it. I wonder, how about LGA? Nope. Gives us a distance. Long range cruise. .77. Back to economy cruise. Back up to 0.8. Might consider that if you lose an engine. You got to fly at a lower altitude or sudden cabin depressurization. How about engine out? I wonder. Progress? Let's try where would I find it? Maybe in performance. Well, I know I saw it somewhere. My mind's a blank right now. There's a hold page. We can also program a hold if we want to. Say next hold would be, I think I did this before, so I'm not going to show it again. We could pick any one of these. Get this off here. And you can do it left or right or whatever inbound course you want. Data. Why do I not have an engine out? I know I have continuous thrust. Maybe it was on takeoff. Also, you can use direct. Fill in any waypoint you want or select one. Or just paste it. If you don't have it on there, if you want to direct to a different waypoint on the chart, you can put it in there. Like LAS. Let's see what happens here if I go LAS. Select that. And you have to go to your plan page to see where that's going to end up. Well, I'm at a loss. I could have swore you had a thrust setting. Let's see, departure, hold, legs, enter direct, menu, fix, additional reference. Damned if I know. Oh, here we go, nav data. Here we go. That's what I'm looking for. I found it. VOR only? No, that's right. And Let's see, elevation 4,400 feet. That shows its coordinates. And it gives us the frequency, which is correct. All right, now I know how to find that nav data. Now all I gotta do is find engine performance, route data. Back where I was. Previous page shows how we are in relation to right or left of course or right on at 00. If you went 2.5 miles, you can usually intercept it. If you're greater than that, it won't be able to. You have to go to heading, then arm it. Well, you can use continuous crust, like right here, continuous. You can select that, that will come up. But they used to have a display down here. I might be thinking of the Z-Mod. I could have swore this one modeled that. I was almost certain of it. It's not there. Anyway, folks, if I think of something, I'll bring it to your attention. Meantime, not a whole lot to do. As a matter of fact, I'm getting a little bit hungry. Oh, why am I doing that?
Ladies and gentlemen, in a few moments, the flight attendants will be passing around the cabin to
I'm
offer you
hungry.
cold drinks, as well as a light meal. Please make sure your seats are in an upright position and prepare your folding trays.
I need to snack on something. So yes, this will be a long video. And if you're considering purchasing this beast, I would recommend going with the latest updated version, extended version. As for the advanced avionics, you really don't need it unless you want to play around with something new. It's an extra $20, so you're looking at $118. I believe I'll round off to $120 for that. If you're really interested in doing really, really long-haul flights, which is about the only time I'd use this bird, nothing shorter than this. I see a lot of people flying short hauls with it, and that's okay if you're flying for UPS or FedEx. You got a gravy run from, say, St. Petersburg to Memphis every single night. Or that's if you're flying FedEx, or if you're flying UPS, you're going to, where's the name of that town in Kentucky? Louisville? And that is a hub. And then from there, you go international. Like, for example, they've got a UPS in Miami. Flies down to an airport not all that far from Rio de Janeiro. I can't remember the name of it. I don't remember how long ago I did that flight. I don't know if it was X-Plane 11 or X-Plane 10. Probably X-Plane 11 when they came up with the extended, the first one. It's like $72. But I had already purchased one in X-Plane 10, and I can't remember if I paid an extra $20. So then when they upgraded it again to the professional. Yeah, I went right into the professional version. Extended ER. And that came out to around $98 altogether. But out of curiosity, I just had to try the advanced avionics. couldn't resist. I wasn't interested in the 400. I saw what they had to offer there. It was nice, but now you can't change this unless you're on the ground. So once you're in the air, you're committed. Just a special note. As to how you want to set up all this stuff, you've got this option here, the integrated queue. I prefer the crosshairs. Radar alerts 2,500 feet. I thought I had that selected. No, it already is selected. Yeah, 2,500, that's correct. Dial. There's also the flat version. I like the little round one there. ILS deviation warning. I like that. The rising runway. That's pretty cool. The trend vector. That's this little squiggly line. Command manual arm. I leave it in command manual arm and attitude. See it. What does that say? Disables the auto arming of the autopilots for approach mode. This is not realistic. It's not in the current version anyway. Or is it? No, it's not. And then you've got this one. The attitude mode. If bank angle is greater than 5 on command engaged. If both flight directors are off. What else? Let's see. Modern EFIS panel. Yeah, I like that. I don't know what the difference is. What is the difference? I never really thought about that. If electronic flight instruments. They're gonna ECAS, ICAST. What is the difference? Let's see. Let's look at it. Really? Well, I don't know what happened here. Modern. Okay, I get it. Heading up map. I don't think I really need that. What does that do? Enables heading up map location. Oh, track versus heading. However, if you do this, what's the difference? Guess I could try that. That's magnetic. Leave it in track. ADF pointers, yeah, you want that. Range arcs, yeah, you definitely want that. Digital wind bearing, yes, I want that. Okay, ICAS, FF display. Enables permanent fuel flow display on status display. Okay, yeah, I would want fuel flow. Oil quantity, I want to know that too. Hydraulic pressure, sure. APU. Display on status, yes. Brake temperature, yeah, that's good to have. Tire pressure, good thing to have. And bulk temperature. Fine. Alright, will set the enhanced ground proximity warning system instead of the old style GPWS. I have no idea what that does for me. This is a high frequency radio, which I don't use very often. The altitude alert is all like at 3 at 9. blue looks nice. There's the regular blue. A little easier on the eyes. I prefer the red. Go up here and look at this. Let's see, red. Yeah, I like red. Definitely want that selected. That allows you to have GPS in your FMC. So what else can I think of here? Sim settings, interactions, advanced sounds, experiment. I've went over all this before. The failures, not ready to do those yet. So I leave it in challenge level 0 for dummies like me. All right, where are we going next? Survey says we're heading towards, how do you pronounce that? Kremlin. Romeo Lima Golf. That's the one I screwed up in the entry. Had a Romeo Golf Lima. I was heading clear across the world. Probably would have wound up in China. Now with that being said, let's go back to, where was I here? Index. There we go. Want to know what frequency it's on. Hopefully I can find it. Romeo Lima Golf. It's on 1380. I don't feel like looking it up on a map. We're heading right at it. 171 nautical miles. See another one here. GNC. On long flights, you get bored. Not in a database. JNC, okay. VOR, who is it? 1240. Could have swore there was still a page. It's driving me crazy. I could have swore there was a page on thrust control. Go around. You had. I know I saw it. I just don't know where it is. You can check your weight. We're supposed to be at 317.8. It's predicting that. Also on your performance page, 317.8. Maybe it's on the next page. No. Well, that's pretty much everything I could think of. Oh, I'm getting tired. Oh, it's only an hour and 21 minutes takeoff. Still over the mountainous country. Sadly, on SkyMax Pro, I can't add any more clouds without killing frame rates. Well, where are we? 47. So if you use the SkyMax Pro, if you turn this up a little bit, apply the changes. You get a little more distance on your clouds. Now, when the weather's good, it doesn't really have much effect, but when it deteriorates at higher altitudes, it gets pretty shitty. Now, that has nothing to do with the Boeing 767. It's more like an X-plane deal. Got almost unlimited visibility up here, a little bit hazy. Still waiting on X-plane 12 to be in full release mode and let it update once or twice before I plunge into it. I think third-party developers like ActiveSky and I think they do have this thing ready for the 400 ready for X-plane 12. I think it's all in beta. It's all beta testing mostly, early release. So really not interested in jumping into that and having to struggle with it. I know it's going to be user-friendly. I've seen enough on YouTube. Looks good. Texture-wise, I can't really say for sure. It's not going to be anything like Microsoft Flight Simulator. And for the life of me, I don't understand why, with all the orthos and stuff they had out available. I guess you got to buy all that stuff again. Orthos take forever to load. I had Florida for a while, and it just take god-awful time, a long time to load it up. And there was a few issues, missing scenery for whatever reasons I can't understand, and it wasn't cheap. It really adds up. So do the payware airports. Thankfully, X-plane 12 is going to have functional gates, which is the only reason why I ever would get a payware, so the gates work. And hopefully more accurate taxiways and things like that. So it's a wait and see for me. But I am really impressed with this model. I just didn't like the price. But then the 727 wasn't cheap either right off the box. Neither was the MD-80 Rotate. All of them came with a pretty healthy price tag. I believe this was probably the most expensive. The problem with the 727, it was a handful to fly because you had to be in 3 places at once. Operate the flight engineer panel, and then pilot and co-pilot responsibilities. It's a little bit of a workload. Another reason why I'm pretty much happy with the original version of this 767 extended, as far as not having advanced avionics. I think it's a little more user-friendly in this configuration. Maybe that's because I'm more used to using it. Dialing in V-speed's a pain in the ass. Having these bugs set automatically just frees you up a little bit. I don't need that light on either. So okay, I'll leave the isolation valve in on the center to run this backup. You have three systems. Actually, you have four if you consider the ram air turbine as a backup. You've got electric backup. You've got your engine right and left. You've got your demand pump on the electric, which is electrical, on the left side. You've got your demand pump on the right side, and you've got an air-driven pump. And on a schematic, there's I think it's, what is it, red, green, and yellow, as well as the ram air turbine. Now the ram air, it does simulate that, at least it did. If you open that up, it's going to drop, and it did work. I tried it once. The oxygen mask will deploy, at least they did in the last version. I'll check those things when I'm on the ground, and then you got to reload the aircraft because you can't undo what you did. I tried the fuel jettison. I couldn't get it to work. I had right and left nozzles to jettison fuel, and I couldn't get anything to happen there. I don't know why. I was overweight and I was trying to lose fuel. I diverted to Phoenix. Of course, you're not supposed to dump over land anyway. Got to do that out over the water. So that meant having to hold for a very, very long time, like 2 hours. Now, maximum landing weight is advertised at 320,000 pounds, but I recommend 310 because every time you go to your landing performance, if you're anything above 310, it's considered to be a overweight landing, even if you have enough margin. Sometimes if you're really overweight and the runway's really short, it'll just reject it. It would really be nice if they had, and I believe they do, I'm going to have to look, they have OBTs, not the professional version like you get in real world, but they have something similar to that for the Boeing aircraft, specifically for the 767, one specifically for the 737 NGs, I think the 600, 700s. I don't know if they have one for the 800 or not. I used to have those. Then I've got the Mad Dog flex calculator I used to use for the MD-80 or D-rate. Now you can select over here on the thrust panel condition 1 and condition 2. I'm not going to mess with that right now. That would be the limit. I don't know if you can dial that down or not. If I think of a shortcut, I would take it, but based on this route, it's pretty smooth. It's pretty much a great circle route. There's no deviations right or left, much that are significant enough to save you any miles, as far as I can tell, based on the map. You can select bearings off of these too. Let's say you wanted to, oh, I don't know, let's go, that's 236 right now. Say you want to go 090. And there's the 090. I don't know why you'd want to, but you could. And you can erase it. Pick another one. Other than descent wind forecast and being limited to only cruise winds for performance estimates, that's about the only thing that it does have or doesn't have. Alright, now before I get too far, one thing I really need to do, which I don't pay a whole lot of attention to, is on the, okay, Hardy's supposed to be 21,000. Lindy's supposed to be 250 at 19. You definitely want to revise this if you plan on flying this as published. Start with the lowest one. I think that's flight level 190. You can enter it either way. Let's see, Stewart. That could be in between 21. Let's say we'll leave the speed alone. Make that 20,000. And Hardy's supposed to be no speed restriction, but the flight level is supposed to be 21,000. Clear that. And there's no execution, it's just an edit, that's all it is. That will alter your top of descent. That's acceptable. 16, 14, you can lower those, but let's see, as I'm coming around here, I'm going to be on flight level change anyway. That's your intercept altitude, your speed. However, you're okay at 240 below 6,000 feet. You might want to start slowing down earlier than that. I would recommend 210 at or above 3,000. I think they would slow you down pretty good there. At or above 4,000. Let's say, whoops, 220. You want to start putting on the brakes pretty early on this. Now on your approach speed, that's not your approach, that's your go around actually, 190, 250, which is fine. And actually if you go to the hold on this one here, they've got you holding a chant at 250. I'll probably be going at that weight. Usually gives you your best hold speed for that. Execute that. Alright, go back. Where was I? Okay, legs page. So if I were to fly this thing published, I'd want those speeds already set up, an altitude set to match the Lindy 7. Yeah, flight level 210 at Hardy, you can verify that. Speed, no restriction. Here it's 250 at 1/900,000. Right there, it's a hard altitude. And from there, it's whatever they give you. So in any case, regardless of whether I'm running on 22 left or I'm going to come in on runway 31 right, or even 04 right, 13 would be nice, but you got to hook south and come in different. Lindy, I don't think works well with that. There's a different approach for that. It's usually if you're coming in from a southerly direction. Back to the beginning. So it looks like we're good on fuel consumption. Now you can balance the tanks. It's really, really close. It's not worth doing it. I'll leave that alone. Now, if you go to both, you got voice. Now, when you go to voice, sometimes there's a, you can get a recorded message on the voice end of this ATIS. Run into a few of those, but if you leave it on voice, you can't hear the tone. On both, you can hear both of them, just on range. Marker beacons, I always pop those up so you can hear it. Make sure this is up so you communicate, especially if you're on VATSIM. This is always down, always make sure that's up. VHF1, VHF2. And then there's the left side, my side. You notice the tone is lower on the left and higher on the right. And then the ILS, which I haven't got anything tuned in yet. Yeah, what else? Still over the Rocky Mountains. An hour and 42.
American 1272, descend and maintain 15,000 feet. Province onto the 2968.
Also remember, put your heading bug on the triangle. So it says 58. That's the track. That's the heading, 57. Not much of a crosswind, do we? Very little. 35 knot tailwind, and we got it left at 12, 13 knots. And only about a 1 degree left correction at this speed and altitude. A little bit out of range. And also on diverting, which I'm not going to do in this. It's a real pain in the butt. You go to your route page, you can save by just pressing that, and then you can select another destination. I'd say I would divert to Phoenix, but I needed a little more practice with it. Some people get confused on this. I think I went over this once before. Well, now you have JFK. Before, all you had was LAX, but if you go to the index, you've got choices. Now, if I were to save that, I'd have another one down here, and I could play around with this. And still be able to go back to this Route 1, Route 2. But don't change this. Leave it alone for now. Maybe on the next flight. All right. I'm gonna run to the refrigerator, see if I can find some munchies. Keep an eye on things and don't touch anything.
3416, something signal level 210. Number 3416, contact center 133.42.
3342, 3416.
Gonna go back to the galley and steal some nuts.
92, contact center 128.75.
12875 Delta 92. Moving southeast and right up to about 26, and then about 28, we're starting to get some light chopping.
Mission 1843, research transponder, instructor 3470.
0370.
JetBlue 1646.
Flight 1646 is still 3, a moderate thunderstorm with a station near 12 o'clock, starting at about 40 miles. It's 20 mile diameter. It's right at that.
officials, roger. Flight heading 350. 350, 215 signal. FedEx 1224, heavy descend and maintain 4,000. Descend maintain 4,000, FedEx 1224. FedEx 1243, head approach, descend and maintain 4,000, clear at Colton, join 27 localized. Out of 4,000, FedEx Colton, join 27 localized. 1243, head.
Right, maintain 100, 0 knots for greater.
Alright, cruise visual 36 right, 190 greater, FedEx 1260. FedEx 1269, maintain 190, 0 knots to greater, so advise. Okay, 190 or greater, FedEx, that's all. FedEx 1224, heavy clear pitch approach runway 27, maintain 190, 0 knots, so advise. Clear visual 27, 100 knots, 90 knots, still advise, FedEx 1224, heavy. FedEx 1607, heavy maintain 170 knots or greater till 5 mile final, contact tower 118.3, have a great night. 170 knots or greater till 5 miles, 18.3, FedEx 1607. Runway 36 right, maintain 170 knots to McGee. Alright, 170 knots to McGee, and clears the visual 36 right, FedEx 1269. Heavy just maintain 2,000, turn right heading at 330, and it's a 36 right, low louder. Right 330, maintain 2,000. FedEx 1203 heading approach, descend now maintain 2,000. 2,000, FedEx 1203. FedEx 1320, contact approach 126.7, cadet. 167. FedEx 1248, heavy reduce speed to 190. Yes, sir, we're almost at 190 now, FedEx 1248 heavy. Roger, just make sure.
Blue 1646, descend and maintain 250.
Out of 31,000 to 250 now, JetBlue 1646.
Delta November 255, Charlie, Charlie.
November 255, Charlie, Charlie, center, getting
800, climbing level 190.
Swift 15 X-ray, center climbing circle level 340.
I maintain level 340 and VL on the heading 140 to avoid TV 40 miles ahead of us.
Swift 15 X-ray, riser, when able to direct Yahoo.
When able, direct Yahoo will call you with 15 X-ray.
Blue 1646, we're going to maintain flight level 210.
Continuing descent 210, JetBlue 1646.
X-ray, and altitude level 290.
Maintain level 290 and reaching with 15 X-ray.
There's a little bit of a scare there. I had accidentally pushed Control C.
Contact center on 133.42, getting.
Center on 3342, good night.
Okay.
46, thanks for your help.
Back to normal now. I couldn't figure out where all that vibration was coming from.
Number 6, Lima Foxtrot, favor flight.
Oh, there it is again.
GPS Zulu Lima 29 into red. You have Romeo. Number 6, Lima Foxtrot, roger. Traffic at 12 o'clock and 4 miles at regional junction of 9,500. Look at the traffic, 6 o'clock. Break your Yankee radar contact, center 296.
Oh, it's back.
Center 52013, we're on our way direct to Albany. Okay, 52013, right?
All right, what's going on here?
Practice approved, no separation service provided, maintain VFR. 52013, practice approved, and will maintain VFR, no separation services provided. Number 52013, verify full stop. Affirmative, 52013, full stop. Jet 52013, looking for the traffic. 52013 taken. Was that the traffic for on-up approach for 52013? 52013, affirmative there, hit the final approach 6, space. 1 range 360 to that traffic. Jet 52013, we'll make a right 360, we'll come behind that traffic. What you taking?
Yeah, off Redmond out of 6 for 14000.
67 direct with center radar contact 2 miles northwest of Bremen Airport, climb and maintain flight level 230.
Up to 230, direct whiskey, we're doing runway heading.
Yep.
Better.
5782, descend and maintain 10,000.
10,000, Skyline 1070.
Traffic, that's in front of us on the RNAV, approaching the 52013, thank you. Additional traffic, also northbound appears inbound to Bremen at 9 o'clock, 3 miles, altitude 5,900. Roger that, 52013, let's put that traffic.
There it is. Wait, where is it? Where is it? I saw it.
Chance direct airport for Skyway 6782.
6782, clear direct from Bremen Airport.
Direct Bremen Airport, Skyway 6782.
Yeah, I should be able to shift up and down.
Flex at 536, descend and maintain 10,000.
10,000, FlightJet 536.
System 82, command altitude, maintain 1,000, 11,000.
1000, Skyway 6782.
Let's see what this does.
Number 0, whiskey, clear direct to Klamath Falls.
Direct Klamath Falls, direct whiskey.
Response CFR and contact tower 124.5.
52013, we'll start CFR, we'll contact tower 124.5, thanks for the help.
Okay.
Free camera. That throws me out.
FlightJet 536, leveling 10, looking low.
FlightJet 536, just low next to the next about minute and a half.
536, roger.
Skyway 6782, turn 20 degrees right back into traffic and the visual approach on 29.
20 right, Skyway 6782.
That works. That works. That is not correct.
Center Cirrus 2865 Bravo, 6 miles west of Bend, looking to pick up flight following landing Aurora.
Number 2865 Bravo, Center 1676.
1676, 65 Bravo.
Well, it's not that.
Function 536 at Bill site.
Function 536, cleared visual approach Bend Airport.
Cleared visual Bend Airport, Function 536.
That was 782, send and maintain 8,000.
8,000 Skylar 278.
Well, that's going to drive me nuts.
Zero Echo Whiskey, contact center 135, 135.
35, Zero Echo Whiskey. Function 536, cancel IFR.
Function 536, for cancellation of CF Fox VFR, frequency change approved.
Good day, sir. Frequency change approved. 536.
That was 5782, clear visual approach runway 29er, Redmond Airport, traffic 12 o'clock, and 4 miles to helicopter, 6,900.
Clear visual 29er, space 78.
American 1514, 20.3, climb at 230.
American 1514, that's road, and maintain for level 270.
270, American 15.
Can't go up or down.
Charlotte 631, traffic 11 response. 2 miles off the strike, flight level 330 nearby.
Yeah, we're looking close to 31.
Yeah, D21, traffic 11 o'clock, 2 miles off the strike, flight level 320, step 36.
Yeah, D21.
Level 549, cross off the intersection and maintain level 250.
On, follow 250 south of 549.
Traveler 631, traffic center 138.6 today.
28-6, 631, connect.
Alaska 232, just going to maintain the level 34034.
340 Alaska 232.
That's a 232, traffic 12 o'clock, 30 miles off the strike, flight level 330 Airbus.
I'm gonna look Alaska 232.
South 1951, we're at 18, flight level 230.
South 1951, under Roger, final maintain flight level 350, correction 330.
Flight level 330, South 1951.
Targeting 15, contact Delaware Center 135.15.
3515, E15 will sit.
Alaska 253, descend via the Lucky One arrival, descend via the Ola One arrival, maintain the level 240.
Send via the OL1 around, maintain follow 240, Alaska 250. Center Alaska 232 would like to do the same if able.
Oh, now it's working.
Alaska 232, descend via the Ola One arrival.
I have no idea what that
The
was.
Alaska 240, Alaska 232.
Yeah, I thought I gave you that turn file about 15 miles ago.
You get 253 at twice.
Only an X-plane.
Delta 566, about 10 miles to the southeast of Suta.
Delta 566, Federator contact 9 miles south of the center. Delta 566, reset your sound squawk 6723.
There you go, 6723, Delta 566.
Alaska 232, contact center 128.6.
2036, Robert, see there, have a good day.
Alaska 232.
28-6, Robert, see there, yes.
Delta 566, descend via the Ola One arrival, except maintain the level 240.
Send me the all arrival, except maintain 240, Delta 566.
Bianca 086 is going to maintain the level 340.
Descend and maintain 340, Bianca 086.
Bianca 086, clear Mach 1.
Mach 185, Bianca 086.
Bianca 086, reduce your speed to Mach 0.79 over stage.
Reduce to 79 for spacing, Bianca 086.
Mach 253, traffic to 10 o'clock, 10 miles northeastbound, flight level 200, 230, Airbus.
253 looking.
Mach 253, 10 o'clock, Los Angeles Center 128.6.
26, last 253.
Uh-oh, there it is again.
Bianca 086, contact center 128.6.
128.6, Bianca 086.
Well, there's something going on with the sim. It's like we're going through turbulence.
Sir, 467 Alpha Mike, Center Roger, Avenue, routing B by copy. Sir, 467 Alpha Mike, after Asuda, third Julian. Direct
Got a
Homeland.
stuck key.
Direct Paradise. Direct Pomona. Direct Van Nuys VOR. Direct.
467 Alpha Mike, after Asuda, direct Julian, direct Homeland, direct Paradise, direct Pomona, and Van Nuys VOR.
467 Alpha Mike, carrying back to straight radar contact 2 miles west of Asuda.
7 Mike.
I have no idea what it is. This is the first.
260 now, Southwest 13, and we'll go.
50, Southwest 223, altitude should be 30.
Report 67 off Mike, clear direct Julian.
Julian, sir.
Let's go outside. Plug your ears. Something going on with Shift C.
Direct Julian.
Yeah, it's still doing it.
For 800 Papa Mike.
00 Papa Mike, reduce speed to 270 knots.
Phone 270 for 0 Papa Mike.
Southwest 1399, heading for the 16.6.
That's 28.6.
That's correct, 16.6.
Thank you.
Navigraph Simlink. Okay, what I'm going to do, I'll just join this recording. I'm going to stop this recording, because there's not much else to do at this point. Okay, I'm back. I don't know if this has anything to do with it. I removed shake on turbulence. Since I already have that, this feature here. So it could be a conflict. Yeah, I lost everything. Well, you discover something new every minute. I was only off for a few minutes there. Note the time. Frame rate seemed to be fine. I also had some notifications down here I needed to update on my virus protection. Re-sign into Simlink. Could have been anything. Could have any number of apps. Nope, it's gone now. I lost it again. I can still move around. The shaking went away. I removed the turbulence. Then I get it back. I'll leave the X chatter off for a little while. I think I'm overwhelming it. No, it works. It works and it don't work. It's in and out. I noticed the X system went, I'm beginning to wonder if this thing's about to crash. You can never really tell, even if your frame rates are high. Still above 30. I've had issues in the past with Traffic Global. SkyMax Pro, if you weather is can overwhelm it. We don't have any of that going on right now. I've also had issues in Vulcan, so I took it out of that. Even with a loss in frame rates, I have less. I've had less frequent crashes. X-Plane 11 has not had any recent updates done lately. Usually it happens right after updates. Although I did have a recent Windows update not long ago, that could be the issue right there. Now we'll just stay in the cockpit for a while. We won't be moving around. Sometimes Avitab might have something to do with it. why that was on ADF. Complete mystery. Well, let's take a chance. There it is again. I think I'll leave that off for a little while. Well, yeah, we are getting a little bit of turbulence. Usually in modern turbines, you get a little bit of a control yoke just wiggling around back and forth, and you see this little wick flipping back and forth in the wind shift. I don't see anything. It's pretty steady. Pretty steady right now. quite a ways off from that. Oh, no, we're not. If that's the right one. That's it. Must be another one on 1470. We're too far from Jamestown. One thing I discovered on VOR tracking, you have to do it with in heading mode. It won't lock. It won't radio navigate. It won't let you radio navigate on the localizer and the glide slope. A lot of people got frustrated with that. Couldn't understand why. Nav 2 is accurate. Nav 1, 157, that's not Jamestown. That's somebody else. I could identify it. And it won't be them. I have to reach into the sky vector map and look it up. A lot of VORs are on the same frequency, but they're just spread out far enough where they don't intersect or overlap. But you still got to double check the ID. Always make sure it's right. Not coming up here yet. See who it is. Long flight, long flight. Let's just start popping in here. 142, I'm looking at DBQ. This was out there further in that direction. I don't know if we can get close enough. I'll let that bring the scale up. Is it? Aha. Found him. Bravo Delta Victor, DOR. Mystery solved. And we're tracking into Dubuque. What's the next one? Oh, that's it. Jamestown. Oh boy. Are we there yet? What I do is I'll just take the first half and second half and I'll join it using Bandicam. It's the cheapest thing. Some say it causes issue with X-Plane, but I'm not so sure. Been using it for a long time. Just cut and splice or join. I don't enter any subtitles or anything like that. Unscripted, unedited. My videos are raw. Three hours and 7 minutes. Take off. Three hours and 27 since we called for pushback. Close the doors. Call that gate departure. (1848) Zulu. I imagine most people sleep on these runs. another thing I don't need. I could probably turn that off as well. Anything that loads a sim, start getting rid of. It's like those movies where you see they're flying over the Himalayan mountains and they're getting heavy on ice and they start throwing stuff out the door. Sometimes you have to do that in X-Plane 11. Start throwing things overboard to lighten your load. Like during World War II and B-17s when they're flying on one engine, they're throwing the machine guns out, dumping all their bombs over the English Channel. Lighten it up so we clear the cliffs of Dover. Same principle applies to X-Plane. I've turned the renderings down just a little bit to help save frame rates. Running about 40 now. Weather being one of the hardest. That's why X-Enviro. I used to fly a lot with X-Enviro for a long time. Then it just got to be unflyable. Really got bad. And then I tried it again. I think when I first got this thing, or when I got the upgraded version, I can't remember, it was X-Plane. I think it was X-Plane 11, pretty sure it was. Excuse me. Swallowed something. I need a drink. Anyway, the frame rates were lousy. You couldn't run in an X-Enviro. I mean, not in an X-Enviro. You couldn't run in a Vulcan for the longest time. And the cloud renderings were horrible. Then I was watching a video on YouTube on X-Plane 12. It was I can't remember who it was, and they were showing the cloudscape, and it definitely looked like it was X-Enviro, or maybe that's where they got it from. X-Enviro partnered with X-Plane 11, and you'd see these mountainous plateaus of clouds. It looked so unrealistic that it was hilarious. I guess it was supposed to represent thunderstorms. It was just absolutely awful. Now I can remember a time when X-Plane just without SkyMax Pro, that you actually had a pretty decent rendering of cloud formation. It looked like thunderheads off in the distance. You had a little bit of an anvil to it. They were flat, but it didn't look half bad. I'm almost half tempted to go back to just to generic. Or disable SkyMax Pro. Try that other option in Active Sky. I did it once when I was offline. We lost the internet. So I started to play around with X-Plane and with the default sky, and I loaded the weather, rainy, cloudy. It wasn't half bad up close, at least as far as if you're wanting to practice instrument flying. I mean, by default, the clouds are awful, that dark color on the bottom, but when you're up in them, you're flying through them with active sky, I don't know what you could do with that. Take another look at it. This one here. I unchecked that. Okay. Let's narrow it down.
809 Juliet Sierra Tower, reduce your following your path behind an Airbus A321 on a 2-mile.
I depict hurricanes.
35 wind 260 at 9 clear to land.
I don't know if that's really... Okay, here it is. Global static depiction mode. When enabled, cloud depiction and other weather conditions are depicted instantly and statically in a global scene across the entire sky. This provides greater condition accuracy and better ambient control at the expense of instant cloud images, while transitioning into different area conditions. When disabled, X-Plane 11 real weather theme based depiction is enabled. This provides better cloudscape, visuals, and area transitions at the expense of required accuracy in certain properties. However, we're currently SkyMax Pro depiction mode. When enabled, weather output from active sky will be modified to integrate with SkyMax Pro for better visuals and increased cloud layers and cloud type. Specifications require SkyMax Pro with real weather connector. I do have real weather connector. Requires global static off. So what I'd have to do is disable the plugin for SkyMax Pro and then select that, because I tried selecting it earlier and it went right back. And I'm afraid to do it while I'm flying. God knows what it'll do.
American 1041 Tower, hello, runway 27 right, wind 260 at 9 clear to land.
So I will experiment with that. I'll probably wind up back where I'm at, but you never know.
Jazz 859, right turn November, taxi November, Kilo 3, spot 9, contact ramp today.
Interesting how the X-Chatter just came back for whatever reason.
American 1752, continue Kilo and spot 8, contact ramp today. Spot 8 direct today. Tower, runway 27 right, wind 308, clear land.
Well, we're less than 2 hours away. Still consistent at 20.5. I could almost do a landing weight calculation based on that.
House 10, alright, taxi Tango to spot 5, contact ramp. If you don't have that, that's the next high speed fine, and Tango spot 5, contact ramp, get up. Tango spot 5, ramp.
I think we're going to be heavier than we expected when we get to where we're going. 20.5. $33.9. That's 13,400 pounds.
That'll be on 6220, where do you go to? 208 Tower, low, fly heading up 230, runway 27 left, clear to take off. Heading 230, 27 left, clear to take off, you're on 6220.
Estimated landing weight of 286, 287.
American 1041, right turn at Tango, taxi to Tango, Kilo spot 8, contact ramp, get it.
About 2,000 pounds.
Frontier Flight 1196, tower, runway 27 right, winds 260 at 8, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 27 right, Frontier Flight 1196.
T-minus 6208.
Okay.
Approach T-minus 62082.
Let's just play around with that figure. Round off to 287.
Take it down to a high speed, make the right turn on Kilo, taxi via Kilo 3 to spot 9, contact the ramp, cadet.
This comes from NOAA, so it's usually pretty close.
Power American 354, so 2 will be ready to you. You said you'll be ready? Yes, sir, we're ready. 354, hello, flying heading 230, runway 27 left.
Man your brakes, so we'll use auto brakes 3. We'll increase the approach speed with 5 knots. Let's look at that. 0 slope, 8,400 feet, 22 left. If those winds are correct. 1943 margin, 6457, 6457.
Frontier Flight 1196, right at Tango, then taxi via Kilo 3 to spot 9, contact ramp, cadet.
We'll recheck it again when we get closer.
Kilo 3 spot 9, ramp, Frontier 1196, good day.
Ah, what the hell? The same would apply for runway 31. Be 31 right.
Tower United 1765, we're in a 3 mile line.
Longer margin.
1765, hello, runway 27 right.
Longer runway.
2708, clear land.
Clear to land, 27 right, 975.
Frontier Flight 90, was that you checking in? Frontier Flight 90, tower runway 27 right, winds 2708, clear to land. 27 right, clear to land. American 354, contact squad, good day. Go to the pause, American 354, back.
Well, in 2 hours, it's going to be at what, a 230 at 6 knots, so it's definitely going to favor runway 22 left. Few at 8, few at 13,000, broken to 16.
2585, Delta Whiskey Tower, apply heading of 265, runway 27.
That's good enough for a visual.
265, and we're cleared for takeoff on runway 585, Delta Whiskey.
So it looks like that's what we'll be doing.
JetBlue 260 Tower, runway 27 left, line of way. Left line of way, JetBlue 6.
Well, I can't do this a future forecast on this, so I'll just have to leave it where it's at and then recalculate it when we get close enough. 230 at 6. We'll see if that holds.
Nice, 1765, right turn Tango, right Kilo, and hold short, we're back to the timing. Right Tango, right Kilo, short, come back, United 1765.
We can also get more information on this radio over here.
JetBlue 260, flight heading is 230, runway 27 left, clear to takeoff. 230.
It's kind of loud.
27 left, pick up 260. On 178 Romeo Hotel Tower, runway 27 left, line of way. Line of way, 0. Center 5 Delta Whiskey, contact departure, good day. Over departure, 5 Delta Whiskey, good day.
Not working.
United 1765, you continue Kilo 6 Kilo 3, spot 9, contact ramp, good day. Kilo 3, ramp, spot 9, Romeo Hotel, fly NA 265, runway 27 left, clear to take off. 265 degrees, clear for takeoff, Romeo Hotel. Pushing 5551, tower, runway 27 left, line of way. Line up and wait, 55, 57. Contact departure, good day. Good day, JetBlue 260.
Well, we're in the vicinity of Chicago.
Flight 90, right turn at Tango, taxi Tango, Kilo 3, spot 9, contact ramp, have a nice day.
We're going to turn at Tango, we'll taxi Kilo, but we're just going to go down 4 then.
Oh, you're going out 4, okay. Alright, well, that'll work. You can just contact ramp, good day.
Ramp, good day.
Air 467 Alpha Mike, is going to maintain flight level 280.
280, sir.
Air 800 Papa Mike, contact center 128.6.
Me 60 Papa Mike.
So it's 1951 center.
That's over 7 is 351579.
Yeah, it's Lake Michigan. Next pier, I can't remember which. Bit of overcast. Active Sky also comes with a weather map.
Center 223, connect center 128.6.
26, okay.
Yeah, let's see, what do we got going on here? We have moderate ice between freezing levels at 20,000, freezing levels 7,000, 10,000. Conditions continuing beyond 2100 Zulu through 0300 Zulu. Outlook valid 2100 03 Zulu. Area 1 icy. Let's see, New York low, New York, lower Pennsylvania, Ohio, boundary. Clouds. Can I get clouds on here? I don't see any clouds. There we go. Let me get a little closer. There we go. That's what I'm looking for.
Air 467 Alpha Mike, cross Julian and maintain for level 240.
Cross Julian 2467.
See about the wind. Mostly tailwind. Stay out of there. What's up here? Where we're at.
That'd be the OR1 except maintain 240.
Moderate ice.
2267.
Be mindful of that. Stay out of the clouds. Nothing there. There it is again.
Southwest 694.
259 at 35, expect temperature minus 31 Celsius. Dakota temperature minus 275 at 2 knots, visibility 10 plus, clouds 8,500, 10,000, temperature, precipitation. What about here?
Contact center 128.6. 128.6.
230 at 6. That's what I thought. An hour and 28 minutes, 59 seconds. There's a moderate turbulence warning down here.
I think that might have been for Southwest 2267. Who's that?
So 2267, contact center 128.6.
286 Southwest 2267.
Got rain underneath us. Let's scan down a little bit here and see what's going on. That's the ground.
1646, level 370, and direct to Ruiz.
Southwest 1646, underneath Roby.
I don't see any precip.
12 o'clock. About 5 miles, heading northbound and keeping it for the deviation. Right.
Direct to Proby, and if able, go ahead and put a request for deviation out there.
Southwest 1646, deviation right in front of the roof, and Proby went able. Reset command center, office, spot code 354.
Okay, right deviation as required. Direct to Proby when able, 3547 in the new squawk. JetBlue 1646.
See, again, it's hard to tell because I've limited the cloud coverage. Normally, this would probably extend all the way to the horizon in every direction. Then my frame rates would dive like they do in X-Enviro. In Vulcan, not so bad. So I might try a few more flights in Vulcan. There are no guarantees. Sometimes you have great frame rates, great performance, and she still crashes.
37 for 310 for JetBlue 1646.
Oh, there it is. It's more clouds, more overcast. That's more realistic.
It's 20 mile diameter.
Given the weather.
We copy. Thank you, JetBlue 1646.
Cool.
About the 255 Charlie.
November 255 Charlie, Charlie, City. 1646, we're going to maintain flight level 210.
Maintaining decent 210, JetBlue 1646.
15 X-ray, and altitude maintain flight level 290.
Maintain level 290 and reaching with 15 X-ray.
Contact center on 133.42, good night.
Center on 3342, good night, JetBlue 1646, thanks for your help.
Good night, thank you.
It's just to remind me. I glance down and say, what runway was it? Oh yeah, it was 22 left. Can always change it.
Flight 6470, I was just calling weather. There is an area moderate to heavy extreme precipitation at 12 o'clock, beginning about 60 miles per year, 26 miles from the stop. Need a deviation to the right side.
Roll the dice, the JetBlue 6470, thanks.
You know what I think it is? I think if you have VATSIM weather in here, you can pick up that weather advisory. If you don't get it. Flight plan was set. 2.05.
Abbreviated briefing from your current position to Kilo, Lima, Alpha, X-ray.
Why isn't that one working? Oh, come on. Really? Nothing. Could have swore that used to work. I do this. Volume turned down? Nope. Well, that kind of stinks. All right.
Abbreviated briefing from your current position to Kilo, Lima, Alpha, X-Ray, 2, Kilo, Juliet, Foxtrot, Kilo. Airmet Sierra is valid for IFR and mountain obscuration. Valid until 2100 Zulu. For your route of flight, Airmet Tango is valid for turbulence. Valid until 2100 Zulu. For your route of flight, Airmet Zulu is valid for icing. Valid until 2100 Zulu. For your route of flight, no SIGMITs active for your route of flight. Current weather conditions, Kilo, Bravo, Tango, Lima, wind 316 at 10, visibility 10, sky condition 3000 scattered, 4000 scattered, ceiling 5200, overcast, temperature 12, dew point 4, altimeter 2990 for the destination at your estimated arrival time, wind 243 at 6.
Abbreviated briefing from your current position to Kilo, Lima, Alpha, X-Ray, 2, Kilo, Juliet, Foxtrot, Kilo. Airmet Sierra is valid for IFR and mountain obscuration. Valid until 2100 Zulu. For your route of flight, Airmet Tango is valid for turbulence. Valid until 2100 Zulu. For your route of flight, Airmet Zulu is valid for icing. Valid until 2100 Zulu. For your route of flight, no SIGMETs active for your route of flight. Current weather conditions, Kilo, Foxtrot, Papa, Kilo, wind 277 at 9, visibility 10, sky condition, ceiling 4700, broken, ceiling 4700, broken, temperature 13, dew point 4, altimeter 2987 for the destination at your estimated arrival time, wind 243 at 6, visibility 10, sky condition, few clouds at 8000, ceiling 13,000, broken, ceiling 16,000, broken, temperature 18, dew point 8, altimeter 2993, winds aloft for the en route area at 4,000 feet, wind 270 at 6,4 at 30,000 feet, wind 263 at 59 at 39,000 feet, wind 268 at 54 for the destination at 4,000 feet, wind 253 at 4,3 at 4,000 feet, wind 247 at 4,2 at 2,000 feet, wind 261 at 26. For updates and current weather conditions, contact FlightWatch on 122.0 or 122.
Abbreviated briefing from your current
Delta 2557, contact center 133.4.
1334, Delta 2557, come on.
Southwest 1979, traffic 2 o'clock, 7 miles northwest bound is an Airbus at 6,000. Looking south 1979.
I know the money's good, but transoceanic and transcontinental flights would drive me nuts. I think the worst is Miami to Seattle, or Anchorage, or New York to London. Oh my God. Then there's the really long ones where you have to have an extra flight crew on board. And a little rest quarters, a little cubby hole you can go back and go to sleep.
November 5 Charlie Charlie, not sure if you're on top of that area.
Like New York to Tokyo.
Looking at it straight ahead.
They do have transit Pacific flights regular from New York, not New York, from Los Angeles, San Francisco to Hawaii, then they, let's see, who did I see? Delta's got one, I believe, and United. And then you switch planes and get on Japan Airways, and they fly 767-300 to, I believe it's Tokyo, Japan. Then they've got one that flies out of Japan over to Anchorage and as far as Vancouver. Much to my surprise, on FlightAware, I saw there were a lot of 767-300s flying across the Atlantic. More than I could count. So they're still pretty much in use today, despite the 777 and the 787 Dreamliner.
X-ray, how much longer on that heading?
About 5 miles with 15 X-ray.
Thank you.
767's been around for a long time. I believe the first one was 1982.
American 732, area moderate.
I had some notes on that somewhere. See if I can find them.
11 to 12 o'clock, 10 miles.
How far back was that? When did EER come out? 1988? It's full use in the early 90s. Initially, I think it was 407,000 pound maximum takeoff weight, and they upped it to 412.
JetBlue 2503, maritime maintain level 250, light top.
Oh, what else did they have here?
2503, and can we get cleared direct jet or?
Thought it had a lot of information on it.
Okay, let's go dumper. JetBlue.
I think the last date was 2017 when I looked it up. It was 583 ERs. 5 and 700 still flying right now. I think Delta has over 70 of them.
2503, maintain 300 knots of greater station.
Okay, we're
United.
Going to 310 right now.
Continental was the first, I think, to take them into service. Yeah, 1982, the 200. The 1988 was the 300 extended range. I think it was 2000. 400 came out. Now for X-plane, I brought the Boeing 767 Professional Extended, and then there's the Pro Modern Avionics. Yeah, 2016, that would have been X-plane 10, I'm almost certain of it, 5370. Then I went all in at 9880, 2021, that was only a year ago. And then the Pro FPDS upgrade, that was an extra $20. I really didn't need to do that. And FlightFactor StepToSky, August of 2022 was the last time it was updated. I'll have to check the frequency, see how often they do that.
15 X-ray, climb maintain level 340.
Climb maintain 340, we're standing by 370.
A lot of change notes. If you go to your updater, you can look them up. Yeah, transatlantic, 700 plus in service around the world. I think there's more than that, give or take, I don't know. And this one is the Boeing 767 Boeing full. Actually, for some reason I have 2 copies of this, and I don't know why. I might have done a double purchase. I think I did. I can't remember that far back. Yeah, it has a, yeah. 8 exits, 7 attendants. think this one is 235 seats. I'd have to count them.
American 732, deviation left of
There's
course
like first class and second class or coach,
Alex,
comfort.
Left deviation, Alex 18, Bomber 732.
A lot of different variants in that area. And Delta does regularly do quite a few flights between JFK and LAX every day. If they got one scheduled, this particular one is 7 days a week. I don't know how many aircraft they use to service it. I haven't figured that out yet. And I don't know what their passenger loads are. I don't know what their freight loads are, but all I know is they're operating and able to afford it.
X-ray contact 12875.
2875, thanks for help with 15 X-ray on.
All right, coming up on 4 hours, we're going to be getting close. We're over Detroit, I think. Yeah, that's Lake Erie up ahead. I think we just passed Detroit.
Version 46, are you direct Yahoo?
We did, and it's over there.
Version 46, time maintain level 390, clear direct Yahoo.
Let's see, Toledo, Sandusky, Cleveland, Erie's way over there at the other side. We're going to cut the corner across Lake Erie. Practically in Canada. I think we do fly over Canada a little bit. Let's look at airports. Yeah, we just crossed Detroit.
Number 2809, contact center 133.5, 33.5.
133.5, Temple 2809.
That's the shoreline right there. There's Erie.
November 5 Charlie, contact center on 118.42.
1842, 255 Charlie Charlie.
Now, eventually on the cruise page, we get a top of descent coming up here. Not showing it right now, but it will. When I thought you couldn't get something, I find there are other ways you can.
Papa 3760 to maintain level 200.
Like, for example, I couldn't find a transition altitude until I got to the climb page. I couldn't find a time or distance to descent until I got on the cruise page.
And Papa 3760, are you able to direct Jordan yet? We just hit direct Jordan, South 37. American 1289, what it was.
Now, one thing I did see in X-Plane 12, the cloud rendering was to the horizon. I don't know what kind of frame impacts they have with it. Given that they were working diligently on Vulcan metal, They may have resolved the frame rate issue and all the bugs that come with it, and all they got to do now is work on the rendering. So I have high hopes. Traffic dead ahead, plus 800. All of a sudden I'm getting traffic. Oh boy, I got to turn.
Traffic. Traffic.
No
Traffic.
kidding.
Traffic. Traffic. Traffic.
Head-on collision.
Traffic. 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 Traffic.
See if we can see him go whizzing by me.
Traffic. Traffic.
We'll wave to them. What altitude was he at? Hot shot in a private jet. Well, we know that works. All right, I think I'm picking up Jamestown now in range. Almost there, folks, almost there. All right, 414 miles to go, nautical miles. Jamestown's 94. Youngstown. I think that's Akron, Kent. All right, now it's getting critical. 4 hours and 3 minutes. This is where a tailwind comes in real handy. And we got one.
Contact 12875.
12875. Hello, Delta 414 is leveling at 190. We're on a heading of 125 to get around other than stuff again.
Delta 414, climb maintain, flight level 370.
Climb to 370, Delta 414.
One more turn and we'll be heading in.
With 2470, how much longer before approach? With 20, correction, that was 6470, how much longer before approach?
Okay, here it is.
Another 25 miles probably.
2009 Zulu, top of descent, 181 nautical miles. So we are about 20 minutes. We're going to start heading down. Okay, let's go ahead and get some things going here. Looks like it's going to hold at 230. We got to watch out for engine ice at these altitudes. The ice was reported. It doesn't say so here. No rain reported. The altimeter is 2993. And okay, let's take a look at one more thing. $21.7.
American 1289 to do some left of course approved, full direct to buoy when able.
I'm estimating 288 on landing.
Contact center 118.42.
1842 of the American 1289.
Bye.
Oh, 136, 137 plus 5. And what else? Here's another thing I can do.
114 when able, so direct W.
Direct W when able, Delta 414.
Keep an eye on the weight. So they happen to flip back and forth. I can see it out of the corner of my eye over here.
Starting about 80 miles in front of us. Wondering if we can get.
And I go to the legs page. Find ways to cheat.
4495, you do some left.
All right, 35, 35. We never did climb, did we? We stayed at 35,000, which is fine. That happens.
It appears that there is a split in the weather and moderate precipitation if you want to try to stay straight, or you can take that left and I might get stuck on the side.
Okay, any ride reports going through there from them?
Just some light shots, the rides actually aren't bad. It appears to be breaking out.
Okay, I think we'll go straight and follow.
So when I get down to Lindy or Stewart, probably Lindy, I'm going to skip on down to Charlie, Indiana, Mike Bravo, Symbol or Kimball. Zip around as fast as I can go.
American 88 direct
Okay.
top.
I'm going to go with those figures.
3513, what altitude are you with?
330.
3513, climbing to level 330.
330, reach 513.
And reach 513, putting this up to your close to the right.
We're going a little bit back to the right.
Eastern time local is 350 standard local time.
Reach 513, plus you enable.
Alright, touch to enable, and we're back to 5 miles.
1550.
That was 3092, Revan Airport, 10 o'clock, and 3 miles.
1950 Zulu, is that right? Yeah, 1951.
That was 3092, cleared visual approach, runway 29, Revan Airport.
That was 3092.
Let's see how our schedule looks.
Skywest 3092, just to maintain 8,000. Skywest 3092, I'm just reducing altitude, maintain 8,000. 8,000. Thanks, sir.
2044 Zulu, we allowed ourselves a lot of time on that, 1531. Local time, 1644.
That was 39.2 contact tower.
Fuel remaining, 17.6. We're going to beat all those numbers. Oh, unfortunately, though, we're going to be a little bit heavy on the landing, a couple thousand pounds.
That's a 004. Traffic will be departing Redmond off of runway 29 here shortly to 330 heading, climbing to 900,000 E1.
Yeah, we'll be looking for traffic and then we'll make a turn back to and burn back to bend 100 004.
That's a 004. Are you going to do the missed approach towards 3 or are you going to keep overflying on Redmond?
We're going to overfly Redmond, make a left turn and burn back to bend 100 004.
That's a 004. Roger. For traffic, fly heading 340 and I'll have your own navigation here once you go to traffic.
Alright, 340, 100 004.
Denver, November, A9er 653, about 12.
Number 89er 653, squawk 6630, stand by.
6630, 653.
Airplane 1907, you with me?
Yeah, we're just now checking in 1907.
Oh, the DH, what to do on that?
Roger, radar contact 4.5 miles northwest of the Redmond Airport.
Might as well just leave it at 200, it's a visual.
We're at about 7.3.
Well, we're going to practice the auto land. It is a Cat 2, Cat 3 approved runway.
14,000, 1907.
So we won't concern ourselves with that.
Center Cessna 100 004, like to cancel flight following, please.
Cessna 004.
Auto brake selected will be 3.
Resume low navigation, make clear of Redmond class Delta. I'll keep you on for just a few minutes for traffic.
Prefer 2, but this runway's a little bit short.
Fly over midfield at 6,100 004.
Where am I at here? Got a ways to go. And I just compare back and forth, see how close I get to 2881. Sometimes it's a little bit lighter. I waste too much time.
Airplane 1907, leaving 11000, clear direct Delta.
Out of 11000, direct Delta, 907.
November 89er 653, radar contact 11 miles south of the 2 VOR, maintain VFR, revenue altimeter 29999er.
299er, maintain VFR.
What's that altimeter holding at?
653, say altitude, type aircraft request.
Altitude 7,700. I would like to request
Only 2993.
from Redmond to Christmas 620.
It's almost standard.
Number 89er 653, are you a Cessna 150?
I just set it in standby.
It's 1.
As a reminder.
Thanks, sir.
Now the nice thing about the advanced avionics, you can preset your non-standard, your local, and then just push a little button that says standard down here. We don't have that in this config, but we don't need it.
7,500, about 1 minute northwest of the VOR. You guys are about 90%.
Yeah, we'll look for that traffic. Thank you.
Verify the V-reference bugs are set.
100 004, helicopter in sight.
That's 004, roger, radar search coming, squawk VFR, change advisory, frequency approved, thanks for help.
Alright, squawk VFR, thank you for your help, 100 004.
Cut across Pennsylvania, northern Pennsylvania. We passed Erie, so we should be getting close to New York. Buffalo. I think we passed it. We did. Four hours, 17 minutes. I don't know. Still got a tailwind. Now tailwinds are tricky. Sometimes you got to plan your descent early, but for me it doesn't matter because I'm going to haul ass and break the speed limit. It's not uncommon to hear them. If you listen to atc.net, they're asking them to maintain 300 or better on their descent, so I know they're bringing them down fast. All the way down to almost 9,000 feet. When you're behind in a bind, we're not. This is really good time for a flight like this. Normally a flight cost index 25, and 5.5 hours is not bad. 5 hours, 13 minutes. Occasionally you'll see one bust under 5 hours. We could have climbed to 37,000, but by the time we did that, we'd be starting back down again. It was toward the last third or quarter of the flight, so it didn't make any sense to waste time going up there. I'm still running ahead on fuel, so didn't save me any time. At least not much, not enough to make a big difference. All right, there's top of descent coming up. Four hours and 19 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we start our descent, please make sure your seat backs and tray tables are in their full upright position. Make sure your seat belt is securely fastened and all carry-on luggage stored underneath the seat in front of you or in the overhead bins. Please turn off all electronic devices until we are safely parked at the gate. We hope that you found our flight enjoyable. We would like to remind you that cushions and blankets are to be left in your seats. Thank you.
178 from JFK. 4 hours and 20 minutes. Landing altitude is set. Pressurization is good. Alrighty.
1 mile, King Air, leaving 5,000, climbing above your altitude northwestbound. Cessna 477, you said you have the traffic safe?
There is a little bit of turbulence going on, but I'd shut off the shake just in the interest of saving the sim. And I turned off the head movement. I'm up to 40.
King Air 5, Charlie Romeo, additional traffic, 1 o'clock, 6 miles, opposite direction, altitude indicates 7,500, unverified.
With the traffic, King Air 5, Charlie Romeo.
All right, I'm anticipating the first hard altitude to be 21,000 feet. Going to set that in the bullpen. We'll stay one step ahead of it all the way down. It's usually 23,000 in real world, but we're going to go 21. We'll allow it to VNAV down to that point. Once I get below 26,000, I'm going to go to speed. Don't want to start down too early. Don't want to wait on too late either, then I got to do some long vectors. I don't want to do that. I'm going to be throwing the speed brakes in along with this. Oh my goodness, 4 hours, 24 minutes. Come on, we're almost there. 146 to go. Get there-itis. How's the status look?
Cessna 477, resume on navigation.
Down to 87. Bulk cargo's at 0. I don't even have the heat on, except on their aft and forward.
That was 8,000 for Horizon 2234.
Okay, 2234, 9,000.
9,000 for Horizon 2234.
I'll leave it there.
Iron 16 Papa Victor, radar service termination, lock and VFR, change to advisory receivers.
105 would be the minimum distance out you want to start heading down. Plus 10, 100, 15. Which is about where we're going to be when we start this top of descent. And let's see, what's the speed going to be? Drop down to 0.744.
477, what's your request? That 477 record turn.
So we'll have to put a little bit of speed brake in to drop that speed. 0.795 right now. VNAV path, lateral nav, command, and speed. Lead the DH at 200 radar. Anticipating a practice approach to runway 22 left. Evaluate the auto land function of this beast.
Cessna 477 traffic, 9 o'clock, 1 mile southbound, altitude 5,100. Cessna 477, roger, resume on navigation.
Good mile navigation.
Booking 102, contact center 134.55.
455, it'll be in 102.
All right, she's slowing down. A little bit of drag.
United 1684, right at 900,000 for flight level 190.
United 1684 with enter, time and maintain, flight level 230.
230, United 1684.
I do 7 and 12
United 1684, climb and maintain, flight level 350.
and 30.
Limited 350, United 1684.
It gives me a little more room. All right, we'll start off at 3,000, drop to 1,800.
70, 417,000.
Being 114 heavy, center rust.
Okay, I guess I can do that. Missed approach is 3,000, so we'll start it at 3,000. Four hours, 29 minutes. 104 to go.
Contact center on 134.55.
4.55. Southwest 4266, 14,000, up on 190.
18699er, thunder squawk 1422.
That's the missed approach. 190 is the missed approach intercept off the Kennedy VOR. I think it's 190. Where am I going? Point of reference. Yep. Well, not direct. We'll parallel come around. Cut right across it. Fly the box. Left-hand traffic. Crosswind, downwind, left base.
1466.
Angle in on the localizer. Bottom out at 3 and drop to 18.
Being 114, contact out 133, 195 tonight.
And we're looking good on the profile. Coming up on 26,000.
114 heavy, good night.
This is when the speeding starts. No speed restrictions. Not on this one.
United
431.
1897.
That's suspense.
Center 120.57.
2057, good night, United 1897.
Alright, I get the still. That still water. Still will. How do you pronounce that? I'm going to cut straight across to Charlie, Indiana Mike, Bravo, Lima. Shortcut. Speed 278.
Gonna be the diamond through arrival with 1205.
Alright, intervene.
1280, 209,000.
35-3.
Oh, ass. I hate to dump fuel, but come on, baby. All ass. Now this will probably increase the descent rate. Get her back to flight idle. Keep descending. Let's take it down to 3,000 feet. She wants to VNAV, that's fine. But I'm about to change its mind right about now.
Number 170, Sierra Delta Center, common maintain level 270. I maintain level 270.
Direct. Get your ass down there. I'm going to override that altitude too. Let's bottom out at 3.
Maintain 300 knots or greater.
Down, 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 down. There. The altimeter, double check. Holding at 2991. Knew it was going to do that.
That was 4846, center climb and maintain 17 down to the altimeter 3033.
Maintain 17,000, sky west, 4846.
310.
JetBlue 1039, contact center 125-47.
2547, JetBlue 1039. JetBlue 215, checking on 340.
JetBlue 215, Memphis, roger. Scatter light chop shouldn't last as long, maybe 3-4 minutes.
Okay, thanks.
4 hours, 34 minutes.
Give 35 a shot if you can.
Regard 3576, climb and maintain level 340 for now.
I climb at 340 for now, regard 3576.
No rain. -2, just in case.
3576, contact on 13312 for higher.
Automatic.
At 3312, have a day, regard 3576.
Breaker 3576, contact center 127.9 or 7.
2797, we'll see you at 3576.
Don't want to descend too fast. You don't want to go, but you definitely want to keep that speed up. Get through these clouds here. Hopefully there's no ice reported on this sector. No precip. Still -2 TAT. Alright, let's go ahead and go down to 2991 and get it more accurate. Well, hell, they're right on it. 2992, what's the difference?
Delta 2427, put your level 360.
Delta 2427.
Well, 46, 49, 449, 451. Probably more realistic.
Southwest 1042 is in our run in traffic. 10 o'clock, 15 miles off westbound E175 360, high traffic. Got it.
We do have ice detection up here, so we can keep an eye on that as well. I don't think we're going to get any surface ice.
5996, traffic.
Hope not.
2 o'clock, 15 miles southeastbound, Boeing 737, final call 350.
Just got to watch engine ice, especially when you're going in and out of flight idle a lot.
November 450 Sierra, pilot's discretion, maintain 1000.
Teterboro just ahead, and the skyline's right there. You can barely see it. There's the Hudson. There it is, downtown. Manhattan South, Jersey City, Greenwich Village. Barely see the city. There it is, the Big Apple, downtown. All right. Now we drop like a stone. I'll shallow it out in a minute here. Coming in hot.
Roger, cleared this approach runway 27 and maintain 190 knots to advise.
All right, clear for visual 27, 109 knots to advise, FedEx 1248 heading.
FedEx 1249 heavy, descend and maintain 3000, airport 12 o'clock, 20 miles.
Down to 3000, we got the field side,
FedEx 1249 heavy, cleared this approach runway 27 and maintain 170 knots to 5 mile final.
Clear this approach 27, sir, and 170 to 5 mile final, FedEx 1249.
33, reduce speed to 230, then descend and maintain 4000 for runway 27.
Out of 4000 for runway 27, FedEx 33.
4 minutes 41.
FedEx 1203 heavy in the traffic, ahead of you and to your left, it's going to the left, heavy Airbus. Contact tower on 119 or 47.
Traffic side 119, 7.
1335, surgical approach, 136 right, maintain 170 knots, still G, traffic off your left at Challenger, on to the left.
Okay, cleared visual 36 right, maintain 170 knots, G, traffic,
FedEx 1294 heavy, contact approach 126.05, good night. 126.7, good night. FedEx 1296 clear visual approach, only 36 right, maintain 170 knots, from McGee.
with the visual 36 right and 170 or better to the key, FedEx.
FedEx 1328 heavy, clear visual approach, only 36 right, maintain 170 knots, Fort Raider, till McGee.
Clear for the visual 36 right, 170 or greater, McKee, FedEx 1328 heavy.
FedEx 1328 heavy, traffic ahead to your left, Global Express jet going to the left side, contact tower 1100.7.
Tap 119.7, FedEx 1328.
Let's get all lit up in advance here.
FedEx 1223 clear visual approach, only 27, maintain 170 knots or greater, till 5 mile per hour.
Clear visual approach 27, 170 or greater, 5 mile per hour, FedEx 1253.
FedEx
4 minutes
1253,
44.
contact
Don't look like I'm gonna make it.
118.3, you do the same, FedEx 1253.
FedEx 147 heavy, turn right, heading 330, intercept 36 right, localizer.
330 on heading right, 36 right, localizer, FedEx 147 heavy.
Now, if it was 1-3, I'd have to extend out here a little further, come out this way, so it probably wouldn't save me any more time.
FedEx 147 heavy,
Coming from this direction.
only 36 right, maintain 170 knots or greater till 5 mile final.
Visual 36 right, 170 greater, 5 mile per hour.
4 minutes 45.
FedEx 1366, turn right, heading 330, intercept 36 right, localizer, out of the turn, airport's 1 o'clock and 20 miles.
330, intercept 36 right, localizer, FedEx 1366.
Plus 13, we don't need this.
FedEx 21 heavy with you, defending 3.
FedEx 21 heavy, most approach, roger.
All lit up, except for the nose gear on the nose wheel light. I'm not going to use that. Well, maybe if cleared. Supposedly the taxi lights don't go on until the gears drops. They stay off when they're up. If that micro switch works. Sometimes it doesn't, and you wind up you got a burned out nose gear light.
FedEx 147 heavy, traffic off your left, going to the left at 3000.
Almost there, almost there. In sync with traffic. There's Deer Park, that's another hold point. If you're coming in this way. There's our line. Little white line.
FedEx 1366, airport 1 o'clock and 16 miles.
Inside, FedEx 1366.
FedEx 1366, clear visual approach, runway 36 right, maintain 190 knots for greater till advised.
Clear visual 36 right, 190 or better till advised, FedEx 1366.
Got a little fast below 6,000 feet. Shouldn't be doing this.
FedEx 21 Heavy, descend to maintain 2,000. 2,000, FedEx 21 Heavy. And Southwest 3272, fly heading 070, descend to maintain 6,000. 070, 6,000, Southwest 3272. FedEx 1294 Heavy, contact tower 118.3, have a great night. Tower, have a great night, so 94. And FedEx 12 Heavy, reduce speed to 180.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to do the same shortly. Trying to get down to 3,000 as quick as I can. Excuse me.
And FedEx 1366 for you, approximately turbulence 8 miles from trail heavy DC 10.
FedEx 1366.
FedEx 1212 Heavy, clear pitch approach runway 27, maintain 170 knots, 5 mile per hour. Clear visual 27, 175 mile per hour. FedEx 1328 Heavy, turn right heading at 2, or turn right heading at 190.
190.
Flaps 1. Okay. Got plenty of time.
FedEx 21 Heavy, turn right heading at 330, intercept 36 right, localizer out of Stern Airport, 1 o'clock, 1 mile.
330, intercept the localizer 36 right, FedEx
4 plus 50. Yeah. Flaps 5.
FedEx 1367, follows ahead DC 10, clear pitch approach runway 27, caution way turbulence, if able 170 to 5 mile per hour.
Able 170 to 5 mile, we can go do that for you, 1367.
FedEx 1367, contact tower 118.3, thanks for your help, have a great night.
Alright, slow to 170. Intercept. Flaps 15.
FedEx 1349, just going to maintain 2,000.
FedEx 2000, FedEx 1349.
Alright,
FedEx
set
21
lock.
Heavy, tower 19.7.
19.7, 21 Heavy.
Shallow it out.
FedEx 1373, heavy mounts approach, going to maintain 4,000.
4,000, FedEx 1373.
City cleared visual approach runway 27, maintain 170 knots, 5 mile final.
Cleared visual 27, 178, 5 mile final, FedEx 1358.
Okay, there she is. Fly right into the glide slope. A little bit closer. We're under it. We should be able to hit it.
FedEx 1349,
Arm it.
fully clock, 12 miles.
Auto land
FedEx
selected.
1349, clear visual approach.
Altitude
runway 36
arm.
Maintain 170 knots or greater until McGee. Crossway turbulence pace for half miles and trail heavy into the 11.
1349, cleared up visual, will maintain 170.
3000, missed approach, altitude set.
FedEx 1373, heavy reduced speed to 190.
190,
FedEx 1358, heavy contact tower,
453,
118.3,
flaps.
good night.
Not yet, not yet. Yeah, flaps 20. Speed 160. And there it is. Gear down. Okay, flaps 25, flaps 30. VREF plus 5.
FedEx 1231, heavy contact approach 1518, have a good one.
25, FedEx 1231, thank you.
FedEx 1375, heavy reduced speed to 210.
Closer 210, FedEx 1375.
On the glide slope, contact tower. Clear to land. Auto brake set, cabin secure.
5 left now, FedEx
Go around altitude set. Auto land armed. Winds at 7. Not much headway component.
FedEx 1289, it's going to maintain 2,000.
1 knot or about plus 6 on the speed. Speed brake is armed. Auto brakes are set. Landing lights are on. Taxi light on. Turn off lights on.
1,000.
4 hours, 55 minutes. Damn it. Not as good as the last flight. By a nose under 5 hours. Missed approach course set. Pappy lights, white, white, red, red. 630, 620. Roll out. Cross check.
1316, heavy contact.
560, 560.
Tower 118.3, good night.
83, good night, FedEx 32.
500.
Check.
Minimums.
1323, you're following the heavy 767.
Continue.
Okay, we
100.
Check.
Roger, he's at 3.
Flare.
I'll give you a turn
50.
shortly.
40. 30. 20.
Power off.
10.
Reverse thrust. Reverse idle. Check the brakes. We're here. Stop the clock. 4:57. That sucks. Clean it up.
FedEx 3 heavy traffic at 11 o'clock and 10 miles westbound, 5,400 for 2,000 is a 757. Expect to follow.
Well, we made it.
FedEx 3 heavy, just to maintain 5,500. 5,500, FedEx 3.
Taxi to the ramp. Radar's off. Weather radar, that is. Get the flaps up. Speed brake stowed.
FedEx 1235 heavy, maintain 170 knots until 5 mile final. Contact tower 118.3. Good night.
Going to tower and 170 till 5 miles.
FedEx 1235 heavy, just make sure clear to approach 27, 170 to 5 mile final.
Auto brakes off. Flight director's off. Auto throttle off. Flight director off. Terrain radar, yeah, it's off. I shut off everything. Trim. Neutral. Wow, way up.
FedEx 1293, turn left, heading of 090.
090, FedEx 1293.
FedEx 1288, clear visual approach, runway 36 right, maintain 190 knots.
Okay. Hold short. 22 right. And then straight across, first right, and Delta's down there, I think, on the third turn on the left.
Fast approach, Canadian FedEx 1231 heavy, 76 for 3,210.
That off.
FedEx 1231 heavy, approach to maintain 3,000. Good rate, please.
Good rate down to 3,000, FedEx 1231 heavy.
4 hours, 57 minutes. I've done better, but not much. But it had to be done.
5,000, 1375 heavy.
You got 5,000?
Yes, sir. We're down to 5,000, FedEx 1217 heavy.
FedEx 1217 heavy, reduce speed to 190.
Go to 190, FedEx 1217 heavy.
Holding short, 22 right. Stop. Traffic check. That's not it.
Fremont 6132. So change the plane. Just make November and Kilo, and then that American will get in front of you at Quebec there. So November Kilo now,
Proceed.
and then just let him in front of you at Quebec.
All right, November Kilo, and we'll let it back in front. Fremont 232.
Blue Sea 5091, or 5095 rather, I just read.
We'll stay on the outside taxiway till we get close to our gate.
Blue Sea 5211 now, ground November Kilo is runway 9 left to Kilo 6.
Alright, 9 left to Kilo 6, November Kilo, Blue Street 5211.
About 6080. And let's see what
All right, go ahead and put the APU in business.
To your front, 9 left, Kilo 6, be November and Kilo.
9 left, Kilo 6, November Kilo, 260.
Alrighty. APU coming online.
Right, American 468 approaches spot 2 with November.
American 468, ground, runway 9 left, at Kilo 6, taxi via Kilo 6, hold short of Kilo, and tower will pull you up appropriately. T-Mod 6100, ground, hello, runway 9 left at Kilo 6, taxi via November in Kilo.
9 left, Kilo 6, taxi via November, then Kilo, please on 6100.
5 hours, 24 minutes, so it's about 5.5 hours you want to budget. Gate to gate. Oh, I didn't note my fuel. Damn it to hell. 21.7. Write that down. Probably more like 21.9 on the landing.
Aircraft on still on this frequency, it'll be 124.35 today, no matter what you were previously assigned, so 24.35 for departure.
See, I was going to do that. Come in on 3-1. I was going to do that.
5192 with Zulu, spot 8.
5192, ground, hello, runway 9 left at Kilo 6, taxi via November and Kilo. Hold short of Tango for now for the sequence.
November Kilo, hold short of Tango, and I expect we're number 30, Blue 65192.
Number 0 Foxtrot Juliet, you can go over to tower now and maintain 4,000 for the initial.
Maintain 4,000 over to tower, 210 Fox Juliet.
To the ramp, to the ramp, to the ramp. I'm going to park next to that Delta right over there. Or anywhere I can find a marshaller.
Ramp American 446, ready taxi.
APU generator is on.
Spot 2, ground 29er. Spot 2, ground 29er.
Don't need this, don't need this, don't need that.
Blue Street 5192. Looks like you're in front of like Quebec right now. Could somebody get in front of you at Romeo?
Yeah, we're holding short of Romeo, so I think somebody could sneak in there.
Okay, I'm gonna take somebody up there. American 446, you with me?
American 446 with you with information on it.
Hi, American 446. I'm going to have you get in line via Romeo and Kilo. So November, runway 9 left at Kilo 6, going to taxi via Romeo and Kilo. That last RJ right there is going to give way to you. So you can just kind of squeeze in between the two you see there. The one off your left immediately there, he's going to follow you.
Roger that, understood. Join Romeo and then Romeo Kilo for 9 left at Kilo 6, American 446. Blue Streak 5192, you're just going to see a 319 off to your right here any second. Once they're in front of you, you can just get in line with them, and you can monitor towers from here out. Have a nice one.
Roger, we'll follow that 319 coming in on Romeo, and we'll monitor tower. 5192, thanks.
See ya.
Man, this thing is big.
Ground Blue Streak 5297 coming up on spot A with information November.
Blue Streak 5297, ground hello, Romeo 9 left to Kilo 6, taxi via November and Kilo.
Down left Kilo 6 via November Kilo, Blue Streak 5297.
T-minus 6171, good check.
Time. Stop.
Blue Streak 5297.
529, gate to gate.
124.35.
457, take off to landing. Incredible. Wow.
Control, good afternoon, American 814 is with you, approaching spot 8 for Charlie 24.
American 814 to the gate, Charlie 24.
To the gate, American 814.
Oh, come on. What the hell's going on here? Oh, here we go. Oh, I forgot sounds.
American 765, we're ready to taxi. We're going to need to find somewhere for a cross-lead spot.
It's 765, make a right turn on to this spot 2, contact ground 49, you can do cross speed over there.
Alright, right turn on Juliet, spot 2 over the ground, and at spot 2 we can do our cross-lead there, American 765.
$66 degrees. Cold out.
Ground Blue Streak 5579 is coming up on spot 8 with November.
Blue Streak 5579, roger, just hold right there. For the sequence, I'm going to put 1 or 2 in front of you, so just hold right there.
Alright, we'll hold here for Blue Streak 5579. Ground Blue Streak 5297, would you like us to monitor tower?
Yes, monitor tower.
Roger. Blue Streak 625, spot 10 with Zulu taxi.
Blue Streak 5625, ground hello, runway 9 or left at Kilo 6, taxi via Kilo 2 and Kilo, hold short of November for now.
Alright, 9 left at Kilo 6 by Kilo 2, Kilo, hold short November, Blue Streak 625.
No, leave that on for now. As long as there's somebody in the cockpit, leave that on. Ah, hell with it, turn it off.
Blue Streak 5625, you can just continue Kilo
Right.
and get in line.
Continue on Kilo and get in line, Blue Streak 5625.
Well, folks, there it is. I know it was long, it was painful, but it had to be done. I don't think I've seen anybody do that with an X-plane, at least not with this. I've seen a few tutorials, but not very many.
You'll see him any second.
second, behind them, November and Kilo to 9 left of Kilo 6.
So I guess you could call it a half-assed tutorial. But it's more than just to inform you on what you're getting when you purchase this guy. You need to know everything there is about it. Like, for example, this.
Sir, we can't serve food or drinks. The ovens aren't working.
P-minus 6206.
Something like that. We don't need this on. We're done. Go home. That's comical. So at least you got to know what you're getting. That's it.
American 765 is approaching spot 2 here. Ground, ramp said it was a good spot for a request, please.
Yeah, and you got plenty of time.
And that's that. I just leave it in arm. Can't think of anything else to do with it. This would be more like a turnaround state. Guess we could secure it. Once we're done with all that, she'll be here for till tomorrow. Take a look at the checklist and see what else we got to do. Go ahead and turn that off. Off, off, off. Already done. Leave that. Hard to turn these off. Nope, nope. Come on. There we go. Why would you do that? Back exterior doors open. He's still here. We're on external power, so we don't need that. Why would you leave the doors open? I'm going to close everything up. Get rid of everybody. We're done with the waste unit, the poop truck, the loader unit, LSU, leave the chocks. Close up the doors except the one I need to get out. Why would you leave those doors open? Well, I'm not going to. No. Oh, cargo? No. Hell no. What the hell for? That makes no sense at all. Alright, let's de-energize this thing here. One thing I don't like is you can't get out. Well, I'm very satisfied with it. I'm going to put some time into it. Hopefully maybe another revision. And then by the time I get to X-Plane 12, I'll carry it on with me. So I give it high marks. I know there are a few issues with it, price being the one. But as a long hauler, I highly recommend it. So till then, folks, thank you for watching. I hope you got something out of that. I'll see you on the next one. See ya.